Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll have a mostly sunny day today, and the temps really heating up. It'll be 92 for a high today. Careful on those back roads this morning after the heavy rains of yesterday. There have been some downed trees reported, and in the dark, travelers could come upon them too quickly to avoid. Be careful. Nashville Metro Council advanced a bill last night that pushes the pause button on new data centers.
The bill must pass 2 more readings before it can take effect. This bill, as written, would put a hold on new permits until at least November 1st or until new rules take effect.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter there. Now, that bill was presented by Councilmember Courtney Johnston, who earlier this week told Dan Mandis that the data center plans next to the zoo are much bigger than one building.
The initial 10 megawatt data center, but there's a future 3-story, 40 megawatt data center, a dedicated substation, separate generator yards for each data center, stormwater basins, guardhouse, internal access roads, loading docks, tons of parking, utilities, fencing. I mean, this is a really big operation that they are planning.
And the Nashville Zoo says it's already taken legal steps against that project. Karmelo Anthony has been sentenced to 35 years in prison after being convicted of first-degree murder in the death of Austin Metcalf.
Anthony waived his right to testify during sentencing, but his mother took the stand, asking for mercy, insisting her son was remorseful. Metcalf's twin addressing Anthony directly in court, saying, "You took everything from me." The community gripped by the tragedy. Throughout the trial, public protests and online threats, and last night, at least 2 arrests outside court.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise. And a sad note here, beloved radio host and Grand Ole Opry announcer Bill Cody has died. His death comes just a week after his family announced that he had been in critical condition after suffering organ failure. Bill Cody was 67 years old. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major markets were mixed Tuesday in a tech and artificial intelligence sell-off. The Dow was 85 points up at closing. The S&P 500 lost 19 points, and the Nasdaq fell 251. OpenAI has filed documents with the Securities and Exchange Commission to potentially become a publicly traded company. The ChatGPT company saying it hasn't yet decided on timing for an initial public offering. European Union regulators have ordered Meta to restore access to WhatsApp for rival AI chatbot makers. EU antitrust regulators are concerned third-party AI developers were blocked from offering virtual assistants on WhatsApp and didn't accept Meta's offer to charge competitors for access to WhatsApp. Just in time for beach season, the FDA has improved the new sunscreen ingredient for the U.S. market. The FDA says that bimotrizonol meets agency standards for UV protection with minimal skin irritation. It's the first new sunscreen to be approved in 25 years. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
And after the U.S. launched those self-defense strikes against Iran late yesterday, that sent the stock market futures down this morning. The Dow futures minus 356. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So the roads are looking pretty good this morning. I don't see any big delays on any of the major roadways. Keep in mind that in Manchester, Bonnaroo begins today. So you've got I-24 exit 111 is designated for the festival goers. You're going to find traffic there jammed for the rest of the weekend. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and hope you are doing well. It is indeed June 10th. So a lot of really great news stories today. Some shocking, some not so shocking. So we have Graham Plattner, who won the Maine primary for Senate. I don't know, Joan, are you shocked by that this human debris known as Graham Plattner, the Democrats decided that he would be the candidate for them in the Senate race for Maine? I got to tell you that I'm not really surprised. I'm a little surprised at the fact that he won in a landslide.
Yeah, that's the part that's surprising. What the heck, people in Maine?
Come on, people in... You know what? It's not people in Maine. It's the Democrat Party. I hate to, get all political first thing in the morning, but...
No, go for it, please.
Is anybody shocked and surprised that the Democrat Party decided to support a guy who had rape fantasies, sexting outside of his marriage? He, of course, the very strange, bizarre notion of pleasuring himself in a porta potty. I mean, I don't know.
Blue water.
It's the blue water. I mean, the Nazi tattoo. I mean, there's so many things. And yet they decided, Chuck Schumer and the rest of them decided that Graham Plattner was the guy that they wanted to not only, be the candidate for Senate in Maine, but to represent them. That's the thing. He is representing the Democrat Party. Now, the good news is that they have absolutely no leg to stand on now when they start, taking some semblance of moral high ground in anything. So if they want to start going after, J.D. Vance or whoever the presidential candidates for the Republicans are coming up in 2028, they want to try to take the moral high ground. They have lost the moral high ground forever. Not that on our side we ever believed that they had the moral high ground, but for them, they've completely lost it.
I saw somebody pose the question. I'll ask you and Joan. You have a home intruder as a, Second Amendment believer. What is the most likely scenario someone breaks into your house?
I'd take him out with my Glock.
There you go. So think about someone broke this down. Think about the mindset of the individual that it would take to want to sexually assault your home intruder and have the fortitude to accomplish such a feat as your primary desire upon the breaking and entering of your home.
Very bizarre. And how many girlfriends, Joan, did say?
6. I'm not on top of this story at all.
I was going to say, you're not on top of this at all, are you? Joe Jones, nice and pissed off this morning. But
I'm pissed off at Graham Plattner and Bonnaroo, but go ahead.
Bonnaroo, because it's going to be difficult for... You know what, Joan? You knew the situation when you bought the home.
I really didn't understand. I came from the Northeast. I didn't get it.
Ignorance is no excuse.
It's one time a year. And I know it's several days long, but it's one time.
So you mean to tell me, Joan, that the realtor didn't say, okay, now just so you know, about 3 days a year, your life is going to be a living hell because of this thing called Bonnaroo? And for people that don't know, who have not been with us for, quite some time, Joan Jones lives right there near where Bonnaroo is going to be taking place. Bonnaroo, I mean, this has been going on forever. And it's like the Tennessee version of Woodstock.
Coachella.
Coachella, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
I didn't even know what Bonnaroo was, except that I was friends with somebody that worked in the management office at the Phillies when I was in Philadelphia. And he talked one time about, we're traveling. He and his wife are going to travel down to Tennessee to go see Bonnaroo. We were like, what's that? That I didn't even think about that until we moved in and I realized, oh, that's Bonnaroo.
Now, here's my question. Can you hear
Yes.
the music?
Yes, I was just telling Sam. So I live exactly 7 miles as the crow flies to where Bonnaroo is, right? So when I get up in the morning, I can hear it, like with the thud of the bass in the speakers, I can hear Bonnaroo going on overnight. I can't even imagine people that live closer.
Yeah. Well,
And-
you know, people may like it. People may like all that. Listen,
Suppose.
if I lived near like a Billy Joel concert, I'd be out in my back porch listening.
Sure, that's different. That's different. This goes on for days. It's Thursday through Sunday. We get, first of all the exits are closed from I-24. Exit 111 is closed. 114 is jammed up. All the back roads are jammed up. Then there's always the contingent of people that get left over at the end. So you've got people sleeping on the roadways. You go to the Walmart, they're sleeping in the parking lot.
Listen, if anybody is sleeping in the road, then they deserve to get run over. I'm sorry.
On the side of the road.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, then they don't. If they're sleeping on the side of the road, then Joan, you do not have permission from yours truly to run them over.
Do I sound like an old lady? Like
You do. I'm going to be honest with you, Joan. You sound a little elderly. Now, if you want to sound even older, let's go through some of the bands for Bonnaroo.
This is interesting.
I'm going to be honest. There's like 6 people I would go see about this. This is not a good lineup. Thursday, the opener is going to be Skrillex.
Of course.
Then Friday is the main headliners are The Strokes, Grizz, Turnstile, Youngblood. Saturday is Rufus Du Sol, Teddy Swims. He's actually very talented.
Teddy Swims is good.
The Neighborhood. And then Sunday, Noah Kahan, very talented, Role Model, and Kesha. Those are the headliners. There's a bunch of other small-time artists in there like Zach Fox.
Kesha with the money symbol for the S.
Well, actually, on here, it's just got an S.
Whatever. So, I mean, Teddy Swims, all right, he sang a really good version of Don't Stop Believin'. I remember that. And the rest of these folks, whatever. Never. Listen, this is a younger generation thing, and that's fine, well, and good. So, yeah, Joan, you do sound old.
Amyl and the Sniffers.
They must be great.
The Strokes are very popular, by the way.
Well, 15 years ago.
By the way, I could, you know what's so funny? You know how you talk about how I couldn't pick out this person in a lineup? You could play me 3 songs from, and we're not going to do it, but you could play me 3 songs from some of these artists. I would not be able to tell which is which. Like I couldn't tell you the Strokes from Kesha.
There's an artist.
I would probably actually call her Keisha, but whatever.
There's an artist named Ganja White Knight.
Okay.
And another one named Hot Mulligan. Snow Strippers.
Hot Mulligan, is that like a vodka drink?
No, that's what you take when you're on the golf course and it's really hot. You hit a bad ball.
Okay. Look at Joan Jones. All right, very good.
Passion Pit. Some of these band names are pretty.
Passion
Remember
Pit,
last year?
Is that what they call the mosh pit?
Probably.
Oh.
Last year,
it a mosh pit at our
Remember, it got
shows.
rained out last year.
you know, it's so weird because I show up. I don't know. Did I tell you this, Sam? I showed up at the radio station and Joan Jones was out in the parking lot and she was doing some sort of a very strange, bizarre Justin Pearson kind of dance. I asked her what she was.
Dance.
It was a rain dance, is
Yeah.
what Joan was doing in the parking lot.
Where do you think Justin Pearson got his little dance? Huh?
They named. There's a band named after Dan and Bandit.
Yeah, what's that?
It's called Wet Leg. Dead serious on the poster.
All right. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
So, yeah, the roads are looking pretty good so far this morning. I'm seeing some delay on 65 South heading in the Goodlettsville area. Could just be minor delays. Could be some road work happening there. They were working on picking up the construction area on 24 eastbound this morning as I was passing through at 3 o'clock-ish. That should be gone at this point this morning. Otherwise, on the roadways, it's looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mostly sunny today, a high around 92. So we've got a lot of stories to cover for you today. We've got Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder, sentenced to 35 years in prison. We'll do a deep dive into that story, the human debris outside of the courtroom. They had all kinds of incredible things to say, including one that said that not only should Austin Metcalf have been murdered, but one of the women also said that the twin brother ought to also have been murdered. That's the kind of thing that the human debris outside of the Karmelo Anthony trial, that's the kind of thing that they're saying. I don't clearly feel sorry at all for Karmelo Anthony. This is a kid who, did he make a mistake? Obviously. The only thing that pisses me off about this is that he didn't get the 99 years. I would have liked, because Joan, he was sentenced to 35 years. Karmelo Anthony can be out at halfway through his sentence. So in 17 years, or at roughly the age of, what did we figure out, Sam? 36, 37 years old?
37, yeah.
Carmelo Anthony will have the opportunity to be released. And so he could be out by 17 years old.
Yeah. What happened outside that courtroom was the biggest disgrace I have ever seen.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Absolutely horrifying. People, I've got all the audio and I've got all the video, but, people screaming racism. Again, people saying that Austin Metcalf's brother also should have been murdered. Talking about, one woman said something to the effect of, they never tell us how to act around effing white people. I'm still trying to figure that one out. So just a lot of the things that were said outside of the courtroom, incredibly racist, incredibly divisive. And I keep trying to consider the source. This is the most ignorant among us, the most racist among us. And a lot of these people have been sort of, I think, influenced by some of the race baiters among us in the media. They've also been, and also by the influencers. They've been influenced by the influencers and the media. I've got a woman from CNN. We'll do this at 5:35. I've got a woman from CNN who said the most stupid, ignorant, abhorrent things.
She works for CNN?
I think she is a panelist?
Okay.
What would you call a panelist? Whatever. Yeah. So we've got all of that. We've got great audio from, the Southern Poverty Law Center. We all know we've been covering that story. They appeared in front of the House Judiciary Committee. And the Southern Poverty Law Center, if you're not familiar with the story, they have deemed themselves for many, many, many years as the arbiters of who is and who is not a hate group. And for a lot of years, they've been designating conservative groups like Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA as hate groups. And then, as we found out a month or two ago, we find out that the Southern Poverty Law Center was actually funding the very groups that they were designating as hate groups, like the KKK and Aryan Nation. And so now the guy who is in charge of the Southern Poverty Law Center, he had the misfortune of having to go up in front of the House Judiciary Committee, where I've got some audio and some video here, where he had the misfortune of meeting up with one Republican, Brandon Gill, out of Texas.
Are pro-lifers white supremacists?
Pro-lifers cannot be white supremacists. Pro-lifers believe in life from the womb
That is Dr. Alveda King.
to the tomb and beyond. Pro-lifers fight for every baby in the womb, regardless of skin color. We have been aborted as blacks in America disproportionately. And so the white supremacists are Planned Parenthood, who admitted that they do have racist underpinning with an agenda to reduce the black population by abortion.
And wait till you hear the questions that were given to the guy who is in charge of the Southern Poverty Law Center. His answer, completely opposite from Dr. Alveda King. We'll talk about that as well. We, of course, have the super text line. It is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Other stories that we are following for you today. Iran gets hit. Was it hard enough? I've got a full package on that as well, a deep dive. And I guess, Joan, shocking funding for the Border Patrol and
CPV.
CBP both have now been passed.
Oh, what do you know?
So
Finally.
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, so we've got a very busy news day ahead. It is and the state legislature for the state of Tennessee talking about redistricting the state districts. Can you imagine? I have not even gone through the whole story. So you know how you did like a rain dance in the parking lot, Joan?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you do a dance that would ask God Almighty if we can redistrict out Justin Pearson and Justin Jones?
Yeah.
And Gloria Johnson? Can you imagine that? If they were able to redistrict them out, I don't know if they can, but I would join you, Joan, in that redistricting dance in the parking lot if we could actually do that. So very busy news day ahead. 5:22. Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, Democrat voters showing the love to the Nazi tattoo wearing, sexting outside his marriage, and kick account holder Graham Plattner. That happened last night. We've got those stories coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
526, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I shouldn't do this on the air, but our cable appears to be out.
Yes.
Is your cable out too, Joan?
In my news studio, no.
Okay. How about you? Is your cable out? Is it just me?
It's out.
Your cable is out. So Joan is the only one that has television this morning.
I do, yep.
No watching SpongeBob, Joan.
Come on, man.
Nope. Anyway, I don't know. Do you think we could have 1 week, Joan and Sam, where something in this place is not broken?
Oh,
I don't want to go south. I'm having a really good day. I woke up this morning. That always is indicative of a good day. But it's just like, just one week, I would like something not to break. Anyway, whatever. So hopefully.
That's asking a lot, Dan,
You know,
honestly.
I know that it's asking a lot, moving right along. Let's see here. So we were talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center and the questioning that they went through yesterday in front of the House Judiciary Committee. And Brandon Gill, this Texas congressman, started asking some very pointed questions of this guy, Brian Fair, who is in charge of the Southern Poverty Law Center. He had a very bad day.
Your organization said that restricting and banning abortion is a tool of the far right uses to maintain white supremacy. Do you believe that pro-lifers are white supremacists?
I believe that reproductive liberty is.
No, do you believe that pro-lifers are white supremacists?
I will tell you what I believe if you're asking.
Yes or no?
He won't. But by the way, he won't answer yes or no. And it's a very simple question.
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
I don't think that pro-lifers are white supremacists. Do you?
What I think is that reproductive liberty is a right that every woman should enjoy.
How many babies in the United States that are aborted are black?
Oh, snap. But by the way, it's a visual. I don't know if you can see it, Joan. The look of utter contempt and disgust by Brian Fair is just comical. He's just looking at him like, did you really ask that question? By the way, Brian Fair is black.
About 40% of abortions nationwide are of black babies. Blacks represent about 13% of the population. Does that sound like something a white supremacist would oppose?
What I would say again is that SPLC supports reproductive liberty.
Calling somebody a white supremacist is a pretty serious charge, isn't it? I would think you would be able to defend that if your organization says that. You clearly seem unable to.
Mr. Gill, I'm not sure why you would think I'm unable to do anything.
Because you're the president of the SPLC, which labels pro-lifers as racists.
Well,
does your organization just hurl around epithets like that without any justification?
Mr. Gill, what we do is
I'm giving you the opportunity to.
You're not giving me the
Mr. Chairman, what's he referring to? And can you let the witness answer the question? This is outrageous.
No, it's not. The time
Allow him to
belongs.
speak.
I know you don't like my
What are you
question.
referring to?
Time
I know you
belongs.
don't like my question.
What are you referring to,
Time
Mr. Gill?
belongs to the gentleman from
My time.
Texas.
All right, so there you go.
Why does Jamie Raskin have to butt in all the time? Shut up, it's not your turn, buddy. Sorry.
No, listen,
There's
that's all
the jersey
good.
coming out of me.
That was Jamie Raskin, and clearly Jamie Raskin did not like the questioning because he is on the side of the Southern Poverty Law Center. It is 5:30 news with Joan Jones on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Sunshine for today. Maybe a few clouds hanging around, but Stefano DiPietro says our high will be 92 and we'll have a heat index of 101 late this afternoon. Some heavy rains knocked out power for roughly 12,000 NES customers yesterday. This morning, the outages are down to 682, mostly in Antioch, Midtown, and in the Bordeaux area. Other news, primary news, Graham Plattner pulled off that big win in the Democratic primary election in Maine yesterday.
I love every single one of you, everyone who has shown up at a town hall, who has knocked on a door, who cast their vote, not for me, but for a vision of a life in Maine that you can afford.
And what a win, too. Plattner took 72% of the vote. He'll face Republican Susan Collins in November. Here in Tennessee, the Democratic Party is dropping its federal lawsuit over the state's new congressional maps. Party leaders say they made that decision because they couldn't get a fast ruling in time to impact the 2026 elections. A federal judge had already allowed the maps to stay in place for now. Democrats say they'll shift their focus to the ballot box while other legal challenges continue. And Bonnaroo gets underway tomorrow. The traffic detours, however, begin today. Travelers should know that I-24 exit on 111, the I-24 exit number 111 in Manchester, is the official main festival exit. You can use alternate exits to get around this. Also, watch out for temporary communications towers. They're there to help improve emergency communications. Bonnaroo will continue through Sunday. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. A little more volume on the roads now, and an accident too in Whites Creek. It's on 24 eastbound lanes before Old Hickory Boulevard North, exit 40. Watch it there. Starting to slow down too on 24 westbound into and after Laverne. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. By the way, had a couple of people, earlier this week. Was it this week? I had that conversation with John Rose. It was Monday. An hour-long interview with John Rose, congressman running for governor. We talked about nothing but Tennessee issues. So now yours truly is under attack from the Monty Fritz people because I have not interviewed Monty Fritz in such a way. I've reached out to Monty Fritz. I literally said at the time, and I've been saying that I want to have John Rose in, I want to have Monty Fritz in, and I want to have, hey, Sam, get the crickets ready. I want to have John Rose in, I want to have Monty Fritz in, and I want to have Marcia Blackburn in to have an hour-long conversation. And I have a feeling that when I reach out to the senator, but I don't know. But I want to, you can cut that out. I didn't say to play that at that time, Sam. Anyway, so we'll see if the senator wants to come in for an hour. But bottom line is that I reached out to Monty Fritz and he wanted to do it next week. And I'm on vacation next week. And so we're shooting for the following week. So that's the deal with Monty Fritz. I always, because people are accusing me of supporting John Rose. I don't support Blackburn. I don't support Rose. I don't support Monty Fritz. I am Canada on this right now. If the
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Why do I always say Canada? Whatever.
What?
You know what? It's Chris Hand. Anyway, bottom line is, so for the so right now, if the election were held today, I don't know who I would vote for. So it'd have to be a game time decision. But the bottom line is that I want to hear what Monty Fritz has to say. We talked to John Rose for an hour. You can find that. But we have a Daily Dan poll, Joan. If the election were held today, because a lot of people are saying that Monty Fritz has some sort of quiet momentum. Okay. I don't know. I know that there is a lot of people that like Monty Fritz. So if the election were held today, who would you vote for? Marcia Blackburn, John Rose, or Monty Fritz?
So far, Rose leading in our YouTube poll at 58%, Fritz behind him at 25%, and Blackburn behind both of them at 17%.
So how many? Yeah, but it's so early.
Yeah.
It is way early. So.
Oh, yeah. Posted it 2 minutes ago. It's got 13 votes.
All right. By the way, watch us on YouTube. Watch us on Facebook. Watch us on 997WTN.com. I don't even know if we're on Rumble or not, whatever, but just find us. You can listen to us anywhere as well. Streaming, you can listen to us or watch us any time of the day or night after the show is over. I get off at 9, and then there's, for whatever reason, a lot of people tend to watch after we get off at 9. Cool, whatever.
Some dude on here, it's, pretty good at his job at 9.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Karmelo, Chris Hand. We love Chris Hand.
Yes.
Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison. So there's two avenues to this story, Joan.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a lack of parenting. I love how you had his parents being filmed as they're walking out of the courtroom. They're crying, and they ought to be crying tears of guilt. Because one of the things that I'm going to say about this, and I've got a lot to say about this, but one of the things that I'm going to say about this is that Karmelo Anthony didn't live in Watts or South Central Los Angeles. Dude lived in Frisco, Texas, which is a great area. Centennial High School, where he went to school, I believe, a great school. So there is absolutely no real reason for Karmelo Anthony to have done what he did with the exception of his parents did not teach him right from wrong. His parents didn't teach him not to provoke people. His parents didn't teach him not to stab people in the heart. His parents didn't teach him that. So for me, as I'm watching his parents walk out of the courtroom as they are crying, I wonder if they're wondering, where did we go wrong?
I don't think they have that ability to be introspective.
You don't think they do?
No, because these are people that took millions of dollars given to them online, and instead of using it to pay for their son's defense, went and bought $1 million house.
New
They're
cars, from what I
devoid.
understand.
Yeah, I just don't think it's about them. It's not about him.
No accountability whatsoever. Well, he didn't have, here's what I would say, outside of that home, Karmelo Anthony did not have any kind of environmental parts of his life or societal parts of his life outside of the home that was working against him. And by the way, there's photos of Karmelo Anthony, and I've got it coming up, but there's photos taken from his Instagram where he's holding a gun, doing a gang sign, and another photo where he's flipping off the camera and it looks like he's smoking a bong or whatever. Parents didn't notice that?
Yeah.
Your parents had no idea what was going on? Karmelo Anthony, I would ask the parents, you didn't know what your kid was posting on Instagram? Because can I just say that, I don't know, to me, that's a red flag. If we saw Riker and he had posted something that abhorrent on social media, we definitely would have noticed. And we would have treated that as a red flag. But apparently, the weeping parents of Karmelo Anthony either weren't checking it or didn't care.
Oh, and just to clarify, even if, the difference being in those posts, if he had been at a range with a responsible instructor, posting pictures with the rifle, completely different context, completely different story, we'd all be in support of that. It's the fact that he's doing it in what looks like hanging out with other teens and appears to be an AK-47 that throws people off as to, are you really, doing the best thing for you?
And he's doing a gang sign.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, obviously, and you bring up a fair point, if the guy is hunting or if he is at a range, if he's just looking somewhat responsible. And by the way, I don't know, how old do you have to be in Texas to get a gun? I don't even know. But bottom line is that his parents didn't notice that he was sort of exposing himself or trying to sell himself as a wannabe gang member. Or maybe just a gang member, whatever.
Similar to Tennessee. Long guns, rifles, and shotguns, you got to be 18. Handguns, you got to be 21.
How old was he when he...
17.
Okay.
17.
All right. And obviously, so he had that gun. He was handling that gun illegally, then is what I'm understanding.
Unless he was under direct supervision of an instructor or,
no, he
an
wasn't.
adult.
Clearly,
yeah, exactly.
So this was outside of the courtroom. Let me get to the audio. This was outside of the courtroom. It's hard to understand some of these folks, but this is what was being screamed at outside of the courtroom.
You got 35 years! If he was right, we wouldn't even be here today. It would have never came to court. It would have never been no handcuffs. We wouldn't be here today. But because somebody didn't know how to go get him a dog like we all are taught, somebody's life was on the ground and somebody's in jail for something that should have been self-defense.
That shit crazy. I went to school.
Self-defense. They said we're supposed to know how to act around white people. What the f*** is that?
So, let me see if I can throw all these down. That last one, I didn't really understand it. Maybe somebody can explain it to me. But something about they're trying to tell us how to act around white people. Is there a difference between how to act around a white person versus how to act around a black person? Because can I just tell you that whether somebody's white or black or Hispanic or Asian, I act the same around everybody. I'm respectful. And last time I checked, Sam, you might have to fact check me on that. I haven't stabbed anybody in the heart.
Not literally.
No, not.
Just emotionally every once in a while.
Sure, whatever. So basically, she is saying that Metcalf, it sounds like, brought it on himself and that he should have gone and gotten an adult. Well, Karmelo Anthony could have done the same thing. This was clearly self-defense. She is saying also that if it was involving a white person who stabbed someone in the heart, it never would have gone to court. Obviously, that is untrue.
Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, Derek Chauvin. Exactly right. Something about how they said, again, that they should act around white people. Again, I'm not sure what that means. If somebody I truly don't know what that means. Joan, you have any idea?
I am
when she
clueless.
says they're trying to tell us how to act around white people or something like that. This may be, Joan, this may be our white privilege.
Oh, clearly.
That we don't understand what this nice young woman is saying. Again, others said that Karmelo Anthony should have killed Metcalf's twin brother as well.
That is sickening.
It is absolutely sick.
And I do want to mention, we showed you those protests, a bunch of supporters out here. They've erupted again. Pretty shocking. This is a direct quote. I just heard one supporter say, quote, those twins, meaning the victim and his twin brother who were there at the time, are, quote, domestic racist terrorists. So pretty unbelievable.
Domestic racist terrorists is what they say. So can I just say that their outrage does not impact me or move me in any way, shape, or form? Does it impact or move you, Joan, at all? Like, for me, I consider the source.
Yeah.
And these folks calling Austin Metcalf and his twin brother domestic racist terrorists. By the way, that was Brooke Taylor over on Fox News, Jesse Waters' show. But again, the question, though, as appalling as that is, does anybody really care, truly care, about these folks outside of the courtroom saying this stuff? I mean, I don't. Again, I consider the source, and I don't care.
So what these people believe, you can see as they're doing it that they're posing for the cameras. They're posing for network news appearances at night. This is what they're going for. They see themselves as being the stars of the show once the show has been done.
So what did you look up, Sam? Great point. What did you look up, Sam?
So I kind of had an inkling of suspicion that this was, that woman's comment on they try to tell us how to act around white people was a reference to Jim Crow. And that's what it is that there's a group of black people in America that believe they don't have the same rights to defend themselves. And it draws on this historical idea of knowing your place under segregation. That they need to code switch around white people and act a certain way. They need to cross the street if a white woman's walking by herself. That they think we still live in this era where we want everything to be separate. No, we just want people to actually have some, decorum and respect for other human life.
Well, yeah, okay, you know what? Guilty as charged. I will tell a black person and any person out there, regardless of skin color, it's uncool to stab people in the chest.
Yeah, and what no one in the black community talks about, they say, we don't have a right to defend ourselves. One of the paramount cases for me was Jabir Kennedy in Philadelphia. Black man used his gun lawfully to defend himself and shot 4 people with it. But no one wants to talk about that because it deflates the narrative that black people don't have the right to defend themselves.
I have no problem with a black person or anyone defending themselves. But what was Karmelo Anthony defending himself against? Austin Metcalf was not doing anything other than telling him to go sit under the tent of his school and not sit under the tent of the competing school. I thought it was interesting what Nick Sorter had to say. He has been on the scene there in Texas.
They have been, honestly, most of this has been them yelling amongst themselves because what they want is to make Karmelo Anthony another George Floyd, right? They want to be able to, have an uprising all throughout the country, but it's not working yet, right? They're struggling to do that. They haven't gotten all the self-hating white liberals on their side yet. And I posted multiple videos now where they are just in groups fighting each other, yelling at each other. And it's a mixture of two things. A lot of people do know exactly what is going on, but they don't care. They know the facts behind the case, but they don't care. And then on the second hand, you have a bunch of propaganda that has been put out by these race baiters, like modern day Al Sharpton type figures, convincing these people that Karmelo was actually the victim here. And even have people out here telling me tonight that Karmelo should have killed his twin brother as well. I mean, craziness.
Yeah. I mean, Nick Sorter on with Laura Ingraham. So you have a lot of people supporting the bad behavior and feeding the backwards thinking of these supporters of Karmelo Anthony, because they want to make this into George Floyd.
You know what was revealed also yesterday in the court? Austin Metcalf's dad, during the victim impact statement, screamed at Karmelo Anthony, "Look me in the eyes. You can't look me in the eyes, but you can stab my effing son." Okay? He revealed that he had been silenced by a gag order during the court proceedings because he opposed the decision that Karmelo Anthony was allowed to be on house arrest while awaiting trial. Because he opposed that decision, the judge put him, the dad, on gag order.
That's unbelievable.
And after that, their home was swatted 6 times by Karmelo Anthony supporters.
Not shocking.
Right?
Horrifying, but not shocking.
These people have lived through the worst possible thing that could happen to a family.
Yeah.
And these supporters, these protesters outside the courthouse, they're all these people that were doing it, the swatting. I mean, how horrifying.
It is horrifying. But again, it's horrifying. It's not surprising listening to the comments that I'm playing for you right now.
So 2 things. One, on that. So this case saw 2 judges, the preliminary general sessions court judge, Angela Tucker. She's the one that cut the bond from $1 million down to $250,000, allowed the family to use the donated funds to pay for everything. And I'm pretty sure sent the gag order on the father at first, and then Roach upheld it instead of striking it down.
Right.
But the thing no one's talking about that I'll say now, you can believe me, in the next 10 years, Hunter Metcalf is going to become one hell of a young man in some capacity.
Oh, absolutely.
The things he has been through. I don't have a twin, but I know people who have lost a twin, and the emotional and spiritual connection that they share is insane. And it's going to drive him to success. It's terrible that this is what's going to motivate him, but he is going to seek to avenge his brother in some capacity, and he's going to stand for justice, I hope, and kind of become the same kind of man his father is, because what Joan said gave me chills hearing that.
I do wonder if Karmelo Anthony looked up and did look at the father in the eyes. I do wonder. Of course he did.
The New York Post is reporting that he never looked at any one of the Metcalf family members.
Do you remember when we were talking about this earlier, where they were going over the autopsy report, and he couldn't look up either at that moment?
Yeah.
And he decided, if you missed the show yesterday, that Karmelo Anthony decided that he would not testify for himself. He wouldn't go up to the stand and defend his actions or proclaim his innocence, because he knew that there is no way to defend what he did. And so the people who are supporters of Karmelo Anthony, I don't believe they care about the facts of the case, or they are ignorant, they're willfully ignorant, or they know the facts and they don't care. These are modern day Sharptons. These are modern day Jesse Jacksons. And you got people that are out there trying to gin up a whole bunch of anger as well. They want something, the Democrats and a lot of these folks, they want something to punctuate the midterms. And part of what they're hoping is that they want to bring up and gin up a bunch of racial anxiety, racial hatred in this country, because they believe that that'll help them in the midterms, the progressives on the left. And so now the question of Antifa and all of these other groups, will they start busing people in this weekend? Now, I don't believe that Texas is going to allow violence to get out of control. I think that the governor, Greg Abbott, I think that the people in charge in Texas are going to be like, hell no. Texas isn't Minnesota. But we also know the optics of the George Floyd situation with the cop on his neck for 9 minutes, all of that. This isn't that. There is no excuse for what Karmelo Anthony did. I got one more here. Listen to this.
To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do.
It's pretty simple, actually. Weeping lady, you know what you do? If you're in a situation where you're intentionally provoking other people, stop the provocation, get up from underneath the wrong tent that you're intentionally sitting under and don't bring a knife to a word fight. And don't use that knife and stab somebody in the heart. I think that's pretty simple. I mean, when she says, what do you want us to do, or whatever that was, okay, that's my answer to that. It's pretty simple, actually. 5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Karmelo Anthony, 35 years. That was his sentence. He can get paroled after 17, so he could be out by the time he is 36 or 37 years old. My big complaint about this whole thing is that he should have been given the whole 99 years that he could have been sentenced to. Joan, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Yeah, coming up here, Iran is at it again this morning, poking the bear in the White House. Got that coming up and more at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Tensions remain high in the Middle East this morning. The U.S. has launched retaliatory strikes after Iran shot down an Apache helicopter yesterday. Well, now ABC's Karen Waugh tells us Iran is firing new missiles this morning.
Iran saying it launched strikes toward American targets in the region, including the Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Nearby Jordan says it also shot down 5 incoming missiles fired toward an area hosting U.S. forces. And Kuwait says it intercepted hostile aerial targets as well.
Now, in primary news this morning in Maine, Graham Plattner easily won the Democrat Senate primary. He faces Republican Senator Susan Collins in the fall. Former Fox News host and Republican Steve Hilton is set to face Democrat Javier Becerra in the California governor's race. And in the South Carolina governor primary, Republican Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette has advanced to a runoff against State Attorney General Alan Wilson. Congresswoman Nancy Mace, she came in 5th place.
I voted to release the Epstein files and lost some support for that. As a survivor, I chose to stand on principle and stand against the Epstein cover-up.
Pamela Yvette got the late endorsement of President Trump. An 18-year-old has been arrested in the shooting of a MAPCO gas station clerk on Monday night in Nashville. Jordi Matos Espinoza surrendered to police yesterday after they released security camera photos of him. The clerk is a 34-year-old reportedly chased Espinoza and several other teens into a parking lot after observing them stealing from the store. And that's where the clerk was shot. He suffered serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
U.S. stocks fell overnight after military strikes on Iran. During Tuesday trading, the Dow Jones pulled off an 86-point gain to close at 50,872. The S&P lost 0.25%. The Nasdaq gave up 1%. Troubling news for retirees. The trust fund that helps to pay monthly Social Security benefits is projected to be depleted in the last 3 months of 2032. Without congressional action, retirees then would see a 22% drop in benefits. What's old is new again, even in the world of crime. Police departments nationwide are seeing a sudden increase in the number of automotive airbag thefts. The Honda Civic and Honda Accord are some of the most popular targets. And there's a new flavor of M&M's, banana nut bread. It's the latest in the candy maker's bakery collection. Bananas, though, are not a key ingredient. The list only mentions natural and artificial flavors. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's a funny face you're making over there.
No, not a fan.
No banana nut.
Banana
M&Ms.
nut. So, you know what, Joan? When I'm a rock star,
Yeah.
I'm going to say no banana nut M&Ms in the candy jar.
They better be picked out, too.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
What did they say? What color they're going to be?
Oh, no, they didn't say the color. That would be like brown or tan, right? I mean, that's what banana nut bread looks like.
So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but
Yeah.
So is it going to be like an entire bag of banana nut, or will the banana nut M&Ms be mixed in with all of the current M&Ms? Because current M&Ms, they don't have individual flavors, correct?
Right.
Yeah, it's just colored.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, so they've got basically, you got your peanut M&Ms and you got your regular M&Ms. So I guess
But now, so there's this, they call them the bakery collection. So that's one of them, banana nut.
Mm-hmm.
There's also peanut butter cinnamon roll.
Ooh.
There's lemon meringue pie. And I guess the other one, cherry chocolate cupcake.
okay.
They're just trying to get new customers. I mean, honestly, that's all there is.
I promise you know what's coming up next is like Doritos flavored M&Ms.
Yeah. Oh, yuck.
That's the weirdness of what's going on in America today.
All right, Dow futures all pointing down pretty sharply to the Dow futures minus 374.
It's because of the change in M&Ms, Joan.
Probably.
The Dow is crashing because of the change. I'm just kidding. Moving right along.
All right, that's it. Move on, folks. Yeah, crews are still working on that crash in Jolton on 24 eastbound before Whites Creek Pike. You've got delays, too. A crash reported at Bell Road, 24 westbound at Bell Road, exit 59 this morning. And 24 westbound is slow from Laverne into Nashville as well. 40 checks out pretty good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends and hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to a Wednesday, June 10th. So, Joan, from what I understand,
Yeah.
from your reporting at the top of the hour,
Yes.
the ceasefire not going well.
If you want to call it a ceasefire, you go right ahead and do that, Dan.
So apparently now now correct me if I'm wrong, Joan, but it's Iran's Revolutionary Guard is now, they say, hitting back with strikes on U.S. targets across the Middle East, including bases in Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Iran's top diplomat said foreign forces near its territory are at constant risk, but did not mention any role in downing the helicopter. Iran is saying, and by the way, remember, Iran literally lies about everything.
Yeah.
So, but is that what you have as far as Iran going after
Yep.
Are we knocking most of these, if not all of these, down?
All of them.
Okay.
And not necessarily us. Bahrain and Kuwait are perfectly capable of taking down these missiles. They're actually drones, and they take them down handily. Yeah. It's like without even thinking about it, they can take them down, and they do.
So we spoke yesterday about the Apache helicopter that crashed, and it was indeed shot down by the Iranians, we say. So President Trump said, well, we've got to respond. And somewhere, Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, welcome to my world. This is Jennifer Griffin on Fox News.
20 targets in total were struck. The strikes began at 5 p.m. Eastern. The initial targets included air defense systems and radars. Explosions have been reported at least 6 sites on Keshem Island, over Bushehr, Hamadan, and in Iran's port city of Sirak, near the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz, and also Bandar Abbas, one of the main oil terminal port cities.
So I want to make sure, though, that I have this right. President Trump saying the response had to be aggressive and strong, and that sounds like it was. Jennifer Griffin just said air defense systems and radar systems. Can I ask this question? Why does Iran have any air defense systems and radar systems left to bomb? Like, does that make sense? All we keep hearing from the Trump administration is that they have no military left. That's what we keep hearing from the Trump administration. They have no military left. But then we hear that air defense systems and radar systems were bombed yesterday and last night. Well, why weren't they bombed before? I don't want to be a Danny Downer all the time. I'm asking a question. I thought all of this was destroyed already. I mean, I'm glad. Part of what I think we're doing is I think that we are anticipating that we're going to have to really go into battle again. I think that's what's happening, is we're going to have to just, they keep using this term kinetic. So I think we're going to have to go in with a lot more bombs. And so taking out the radar systems, taking out the air defense systems, part of what that does is that clears the way for us to do what we need to do. And I think that President Trump now knows that we're just going to have to bomb the living crap out of Iran again. I think the president doesn't want that. I don't believe that anybody wants that. I'm at the point now where you folks know where I'm at. It's time to just end this. If we can end Iran and we can bomb literally every military installation, Donald Trump said the other day, and I basically asked the same question when President Trump said that we know where the missile systems are. We know where they store the missiles. We know where they build the drones. Well, then bomb them. That's what I said. Bomb them. You know, they were making fun of CNN. On CNN, Joan, they were making fun of Donald Trump. You know why they were making fun of Donald Trump? They were making fun of Donald Trump because I think it was yesterday he said, oh, yeah, we're just a couple of days away from an agreement. Do you know how many times he has said that? Sam, you know how many times Donald Trump has said we are close to an agreement in the next couple of days?
Twice a day, every week.
36 times. CNN pointed out Trump has said that 36 times. We keep hearing about how Iran doesn't have any military left, but then we keep seeing signs that Iran has a military.
CENTCOM called the strikes defensive and proportional. Iran's deputy foreign minister claimed that Iran had not fired any drones in the past 24 hours, but a senior U.S. official tells Fox it was an Iranian Shahed drone that shot down the U.S. Apache helicopter that had 2 Americans on board near the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. U.S. officials are not certain the Iranians meant to target the American helicopter, but say it doesn't matter because they saw Iran launch multiple drones at that time over the strait, targeting vessels in the international corridor.
So that's the other part of the conversation. So you've got people within the Trump administration saying, well, we don't know if Iran meant to take out our Apache helicopter. Luckily, nobody was killed. Well, okay, so then that is point Donald Trump. If Iran accidentally shoots down our Apache helicopter, good Lord, what damage could they do with a nuclear weapon? So we know that Iran is evil, right? So we know that Iran is evil, and if they accidentally somehow shot down our Apache helicopter, we also know that they're incompetent. So no, they shouldn't have a nuclear weapon because they are not only incompetent, but also evil. Yeah, sorry, we didn't mean to obliterate Israel. Iran's parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, warning Donald Trump that the Islamic Republic would respond in kind to whatever approach the U.S. took. And that's what we're seeing this morning with these rocket attacks against our facilities in Bahrain and some of these other places. He says, we prefer the language of diplomacy. This is Iran is saying this. We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. He says, break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best, Ghalibaf said in a statement. I don't know, how good are you if all of your drones have been knocked down? Iran does a lot of talking. They do a lot of bloviating. Iran does a lot of saber rattling. But essentially, with the exception of our Apache helicopter, it appears, most of the rockets or most of the drones that they fire, we're able to shoot down. Yeah, at one point yesterday, Donald Trump said we would have some sort of an agreement. I've got that audio. And the rather flummoxed reporter asking for clarification straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today and a high around 92. Joan, do we know how high the feels like temperature is going to be?
Yeah, Stefano says 101.
101.
Yeah.
A feels like of 101.
Like, I think he said like 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay.
Isn't the humidity supposed to be brutal?
Yes.
Awesome.
All right. Very good.
But my hair.
I was about to say, I'm glad I cut the yard yesterday. I don't want to be outside.
So this is last night or yesterday. This is Donald Trump. And Joan, you were gone, but Sam and I were talking about how Trump, they were making fun of him on CNN because he has said we're going to have, in a couple of days, we're going to have an agreement with Iran.
Oh, yeah.
He has said that like 36 times,
Yeah.
according to CNN. So listen to this. Listen to this audio between Donald Trump and a reporter where the reporter's like, are you saying yet again we're a couple of days away?
Sir, did you just say 2 or 3 days or 2 or 3 weeks? that
2 or 3
you'll be
days.
signing? You'll be signing a peace agreement?
No, we have a good chance of doing it. We should be able to do it in 1 hour, if you want to know the truth.
What's the biggest sticking point right
Yeah, so that is Donald. You can hear the reporter like, really? We're doing this again? We're saying this again? By the way, some people are saying it's not 36 times. Other people are saying it's 37 times. I really don't know. I'm gonna risk the ire of some of the listening audience, Joan, and by saying this. I think that President Trump's self-awareness needs to be dialed up a little bit because he needs to stop, and I've been saying this for a while now, the president needs to stop saying that we are a couple of days away. Because you know what he's doing ultimately is he's giving his enemies more ammo. That's what he's doing. And I'm not Donald Trump's enemy by any possible situation. I'm not. I'm a big fan of Donald Trump. I want what's best for the president. I want what's best for the conservative movement. I want what's best for the party. But when he says over and over again, we're a couple of days away, it's just, what is it? The sky is falling? And the guy who cried, the boy who cried wolf, all of that?
Chicken Little.
Chicken Little? Yeah, it's just like, stop saying that. Stop saying that because nobody is buying that we're going to have an agreement in the next couple of days. So now we have Iran, and they are bombing bases in Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait. This is where we started. Iran's top diplomat saying foreign forces near its territory are at constant risk, but did not mention any role in downing the helicopter. Do you know, I'm trying to get Richard Newton, remember General Richard Newton? I'm trying to get him on today because I genuinely want to know. You know what? We got a lot of military people. You know who I should ask? I should get Congressman Matt Van Epps and just like send him a text and find out, is it actually possible to accidentally shoot down a helicopter? Because that's what Iran is saying, or that's what we're saying, is that Iran may have accidentally shot it down. Is there a way to accidentally shoot down a helicopter? Oh, you know what? You going to Google that, Sam?
I was going to say, was it an Apache? Is that what
it was? An Apache. Joan, yes or no? Can you accidentally shoot down an Apache helicopter?
Stop it. No. Silly.
You know what? Joan's going to put me in the corner. You know what, Joan? Nobody puts Dan in a corner.
Yeah.
Except literally everyone. Sam?
To do that, we need a dance hat instead of dunce.
All right. Anyway, I'm going to find out within the next 10 minutes, I'm going to find out one way or another, can you accidentally shoot down an Apache helicopter? 6:20 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, there was a shootout over a haircut happened at a Nashville barbershop. Got that story for you coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. It is summertime. School is out. We've got beach trips and weddings and barbecues and pool parties and a lot more coming up. And maybe, well, just maybe you've got some stubborn fat around the midsection that makes you feel, well, not so comfortable. Maybe you dread being in photos and you don't want to see yourself on social media. You hate buying new clothes because you're admitting defeat. You dread the idea of plastic surgery. Taking some new medication with unknown side effects. You are stuck. Contours LLC, they can help you. I've been talking about them for quite some time now. Now, they've been around for 5 years, and they've got a great history of using red light technology to solve your problem. No pain, no downtime, and no complications. It is FDA cleared, and you can try it for just $99. Call Contours at 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Book online anytime. ContoursLLC.com. The first 10 callers can come in and try a session for just $99. After all, what have you got to lose but inches, and what have you got to gain but your self-confidence? Dan Mandis here. Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere in trying to pay off that balance. Well, here's what a lot of homeowners don't realize. Maybe you, but using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands of dollars, enabling you to pay down that high-interest credit card or that high-interest debt. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. Now, one client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 every single month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket expenses, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Now, right now, rates are at near 3-year lows, so you've got to act now and reach out to Loan Pronto. It's loanpronto.com, loanpronto.com, and see how much money you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews, can't be wrong. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, and MLSConsumerAccess.org. You know, with America turning 250 years old this year, it makes me appreciate veterans organizations even more, like the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. Now, these folks are great Americans who have been crucial in helping our military veterans acclimate to life back home after multiple deployments. You know, our men and women of the military need the support that the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project provides. And now they're protecting our first responders with a brand new partnership with Shield 616. Right now, they're providing life-saving body armor for the Wilson County Sheriff's Department. These advanced ballistic vests will provide protection to first responders as they are protecting you. So give to the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project today. They do so much great work, but as much work as they've done to help veterans and first responders, there's still a lot more to be done. Find them online and give today at charliedanielsjourneyhomeproject.org. That's charliedanielsjourneyhomeproject.org. Learn more and donate to the veterans and to the first responders. .627, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A couple of things. So, Joan, the opinions are all over the place on whether or not you can accidentally shoot down an Apache helicopter. I don't know. I'm reasonably certain that Matt Van Epps has better things to do right now.
Yeah.
Because, he was a helicopter pilot. Don't know if he was an
that's
Apache
right.
helicopter pilot. But I'm trying to find out because the administration, I don't know if they're getting this from Iran, but they're talking about how Iran may not have meant to shoot down the Apache helicopter, which I don't know how you accidentally do that, but whatever. That's number one. Number two, 8787 says this, and I'm fascinated by this. Did you hear there was a caller arguing with Murphy yesterday before Nincompoops in the News who called me, the little guy in the morning?
Oh, the little guy in the morning?
Thank you, whoever that was. I've been losing weight. And yes, I am indeed 5'5". I don't mind somebody accurately describing me as a little guy. I think I know who this was, actually. And for whatever reason, he keeps thinking, if it's the guy that I think, I've met him in person and he's kind of a big sloppy toady kind of guy. So I think that he believes
Is that a retaliatory attack?
No, it's not. It's actually, it's not an insult. It's more adjectives. So if it's the guy that I think it is, the big sloppy guy, he thinks that for whatever reason, calling me the little guy because he keeps doing this. He thinks that he's insulting me. It's truly not. I'm small. I'm 5'5", and I'm a little skinnier now. So whatever. But I've got a big personality, Joan.
Yes, you have a big
personality. And I've got a big brain with a lot of knowledge. Is what
and
is.
It's shiny. You have to cap it to not blind people with your intelligence.
The beacon of truth, Sam,
and
is
so
what we call it.
nothing leaks out of your ears. You have those big earphones on.
That's exactly right. They also caused me to have the same tinnitus that Ken Weaver has. I think. Weaver is back now. Ken is back.
And he's doing pretty well.
He is doing really well.
Prayers work, folks.
He says that it's broadcasters, I guess, get a lot of tinnitus. So I didn't know that. I believe that my tinnitus was caused by the shot. However, because that's when I started, immediately after I got the vaccination, I started getting tinnitus. But it very well could have been because I've been wearing headphones for years.
I mean, haven't we all?
Supporting claim, after my dad got the shot, he developed severe vertigo as a result of a pressure imbalance in his ear cavity.
There you go.
Hey, folks. For those of us who didn't get it, we're okay.
Yeah, Joan, we're doing just fine.
88. So everybody is telling me it's the guy who I thought it was. Anyway, 6:30, Super Talk 99.7, WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your full forecast in just a couple of moments. Iran is firing missiles at Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain this morning. All of them shot down. It comes after the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes on Iran for the downing of the Apache helicopter this week.
Despite the escalation, President Trump told ABC's Jonathan Karl last night he believes a peace deal with Iran is still possible.
He does not see this as the beginning of a major new offensive against the Iranians. This is a response to what they did with our helicopter last night, the president told me, and I believe the response should be very strong, very powerful, and that's what this is.
That's ABC's Karen Hua reporting. The Benton County Sheriff's Office is investigating after human remains were found inside of a box. This was found on a property owned by the TVA where excavation work is underway. The sheriff's office said that the remains are from a preterm infant that did not survive. Also inside that box, a onesie baby outfit, a pregnancy test, a couple of items from adults. The TBI was called to the scene. Investigators are hoping to find the parents so the parents can relocate those remains. A shootout at a Nashville barber shop. Here's Channel 4's Marius Payton.
This happened Monday night on Nolensville Pike. Officers say someone showed up wanting a haircut, but the workers there said they were closed. That situation then escalated when both people pulled out guns and began shooting at each other.
The person wanting the haircut was shot and showed up later as a walk-in at a hospital. No word on whether charges are going to be filed here. And a medical miracle to tell you about. An 8-month-old infant who suffered from a rare but severe form of epilepsy has been cured after receiving an experimental gene replacement therapy. Essentially, doctors injected a functioning copy of the missing gene directly into that baby's brain. The procedure took place at a children's hospital in Israel. Doctors say the child has been released from the hospital after 1 month of the procedure and having had no new seizures. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. A perfectly reasonable and rational reaction, by the way, to not being able to get your hair cut, break out the firearms.
Oh, why not? Yeah.
That's insanity.
That's because you didn't respect that person.
See, I thought when you were going to go into that story,
yeah,
I thought it was maybe because the guy got done with a haircut and
didn't like it.
He was like, dude, you made me look like flock of seagulls, you know?
Yeah.
I thought maybe that was it, but no, just because he couldn't get a haircut.
Right.
Yeah. Again, perfectly rational and reasonable. 633 Window Nation. Listen, if your air conditioner never seems to turn off, well, maybe it's because your windows are not energy efficient. You've got to check out my friends at Window Nation. They can help you because, let's face it, if you've got inefficient windows, then your electricity bills, they are going to continue to skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy efficient windows at a great price. Window Nation's buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free sale. That is going on right now. You can replace all the windows in your home and get half of them for free. You could also get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait. Check them out online. It is windownation.com. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. And you know what else I like about Window Nation? They're a proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project. Again, friends, this is a great company. You want to support them. If you want to upgrade your windows, do it right now. Check out my friends at Window Nation, windownation.com. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. That sale going on right now. You could replace all the windows in your home and, yes, get half of them for free. You could also get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Upgrade your windows, upgrade your home at a great price. This is a great opportunity from Window Nation, windownation.com.
Got to watch yourself in the West End Avenue area. Right at Bowling Avenue, you've got a crash involving injuries. Jolton, they're still working that crash scene this morning. It's 24 eastbound at Whites Creek Pike. The right shoulder is blocked off by it. Now, they're saying that it is a single vehicle incident, a truck with heavy front end damage. EMS is responding to that scene. Looks like it is going to be a while there. 24 West is all jammed up this morning already. Laverne into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
638 Super Talk and 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. It is Wednesday, June 10th. Hope you're having a great morning so far. The Southern Poverty Law Center under attack yesterday, as they should be, during a hearing over their financing of hate groups so that they would be relevant. So if you don't remember the story, let me do a quick recap, then I'm going to play some audio that you've got to hear to believe. Southern Poverty Law Center, they make millions of dollars identifying hate groups across America. Now, some of those hate groups simply are not. Many of them are simply conservative groups like Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, Moms for Liberty, the Center for Immigration Studies, right? These are just conservative organizations. That's all they are. But remember, the Southern Poverty Law Center, they and the Democrats and many in the media have deemed them as the arbiters of hate groups. And they went at some point, and I don't know when this happened. Maybe they've always been like this. Can I be perfectly honest? Joan, I'm gonna ask for your assist in this. Have you ever really paid attention to the Southern Poverty Law Center? Because we as conservatives, we've kind of known about them for a long time. So, we just sort of discount what they say. I mean, if the media...
Almost when they put you on the list, it's almost like a badge of honor.
Phil Valentine.
Yeah.
Phil Valentine. So this came up earlier. Phil Valentine was mentioned. I don't think he was ever put on the actual hate list, but he was mentioned with the Southern Poverty Law Center many years ago. But bottom line is, somewhere along the line, they went from, hey, the KKK is really bad, to saying, hey, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA is really bad, and excuse us while we give the KKK $4 million. We found out about that a couple of months ago. And the organizations that I just mentioned, Turning Point, Moms for Liberty, the Center for Immigration Studies, no, they're not hate groups. They stand for conservative values. The Center for Immigration Studies, yeah, you know what? You know what they hate? They hate illegal immigration. But they don't have the same vitriol as the KKK, for example. But again, as we found out a few months ago, it turns out that they were actually giving money to the very hate groups that they were designating as hate groups. Now, they didn't give to Turning Point. They didn't give to Moms for Liberty. They didn't give to the Center for Immigration Studies. They gave to the Aryan Nation groups and the KKK. Some of what was discussed yesterday, this was in front of the House Judiciary Committee. Some of this we already knew. Listen to this. This is part of the testimony.
I mean, on the one hand, you have violent extremist groups. On the other hand, you have peaceful, pro-family, Christian, conservative organizations. And what the SPLC has done over time is it has expanded this hate map to include the latter. Yeah. And then what it's done after that is it's launched this organization called Change the Terms, gone to corporate America, and embedded itself in the decision-making architecture of corporate America, including key institutions like financial firms, technology firms, online social media platforms, and demanded that they deplatform, debank, and deny services to every single organization on that hate map, including the ones that aren't like the other.
So basically their hate map, they put it out, I guess, every year. And they'll say that, again, Turning Point USA is just as bad as the KKK. Then they attack them. As the speaker said, that guy's name, by the way, is Ryan Bangert. He represents a Christian organization, again, attacked by the Southern Poverty Law Center. So that leads to debanking. You know, the Southern Poverty Law Center is telling us that we're bad, whatever. As Joan said, badge of honor, which makes sense. But they have gone on to, instead of just saying, oh, well, these organizations are really bad, but they've now gone to demanding that these organizations, again, be deplatformed and debanked, among other things. So, yeah, that's a problem because now what you're saying is these organizations should not be allowed to do business.
And again, that's all bad. We disagree with it. Lumping y'all together and going to these entities and doing that. But what's really wrong is when they go to government and get the government's stamp of approval, which is what I think happened. This is why there was this cozy relationship between the Biden-Garland Justice Department and the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Yep. Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan, of course, part of the House Judiciary Committee where all of this was taking place. Let's not forget a few bullet points here. The SPLC met with Biden's administration and the DOJ when Biden was in office many times, almost unlimited access. The SPLC named groups as hate groups or perhaps groups of concern. The Biden administration then turns around and investigated those groups. Legally harassed those groups who were doing nothing wrong. Then we find out that the SPLC were actually paying the truly horrifying groups like the KKK, Aryan Nation as well, those kinds of groups, to do what they do. So that the SPLC, in my opinion, could stay relevant. So what this basically tells you is that hate groups are on the wayside here in America, so the SPLC was paying them to keep doing what they do so that the SPLC could say, oh, look, you're a hate group, so that they could keep racking in the donations. It is unbelievable. Bobby Petray says this, an FOS, friend of the show. You know, Eagle Forum? Here, I think they're based in Franklin with Bobby Petray. They were apparently designated as a hate group by the SPLC. That is knowing Bobby Petray, not to kiss Bobby's butt, but knowing Bobby as I do, she is a wonderful woman, great conservative values, and Eagle Forum is a great organization as well. But that tells you all you need to know about the SPLC. It is 6:45. Got a little bit more on this because they were definitely put in their place yesterday. Details straight ahead, and it is 6:45. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today. High around 92. Going to feel like 101. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So in this next clip, it is a representative, Harriet, is it Hageman? Whatever. Hageman, thank you. Questioning the leader of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this got rather epic.
The indictment goes on to say that these donor funds were ultimately used for the growth and recruitment of these organizations, the purchase of materials for cross burnings, that's despicable, and group attire and the production of racist paraphernalia sold at rallies. That's really despicable. That's gross. Mr. Fair, does the SPLC have any written policies to ensure that the payments you made to these organizations were not used to incite violence or engage in other activities that contradicts SPLC's public representations?
Congresswoman Hageman, as I said earlier, all of the allegations that you've...
Do you have written policies to make sure that you're not funding the KKK?
We don't fund the KKK.
Well, you do. Actually, that's what's in the...
That's an allegation,
sure.
Congresswoman.
Have you produced any of these
We will discuss all of those allegations.
Have you produced those materials to this committee?
What materials?
Any materials, any written materials, so that you are not, to show that you have a policy in place to not fund hate groups such as the KKK.
SPLC's counsel is working with this committee's counsel to respond to your...
It's been months. When did we find out about that, Sam or Joan, where the SPLC was funding the KKK? When did we find... So it's been a while. So if there are documents that need to be produced, I mean, you would think, oh yeah, we've got, oh yeah, it's right here. Our policy from the Southern Poverty Law Center. We will not fund the KKK. Where are the documents?
April of this year is when they dove into that, and the allegation is between 2014 and 2023, they were funding and ran covert, paid, confidential informant programs using former and active KKK members through the Southern Poverty Law. I mean, this is
Yeah, and so
Unbelievable.
So their defense, and we talked about this at the time. Their defense is no. We were paying the informants. Your money was used to buy robes, and I don't know. Did the money buy crosses for them to burn on the front yards of folks? I mean, that's my question. I don't know.
Did anyone at the SPLC ever raise any concerns about your practice of funding hate groups?
We don't fund hate groups.
Why wasn't the SPLC? No, you're under oath. Remember that.
I like that. Dude, and by the way, this is the guy who is right now in charge of the SPLC, and she's reminding him that he's under oath because he's saying we don't fund hate groups, but the receipts are there.
You are under oath here today.
I said we don't fund hate groups.
Okay, except the $4.1 million that you gave to the KKK, the National Socialist Movement, and the Aryan Nations.
So in that clip, you have the fact that the SPLC helped buy robes, and again, if I remember correctly, whatever props the KKK uses. The question is, do the Republicans have the receipts? I hope that they do. The guy's name, by the way, again, Brian Fair. He is the interim leader of the SPLC, and he didn't answer a lot of questions because of the legal mess that they're in. Again, their defense is that they have paid informants inside of these organizations, so they weren't funding the organizations, they were paying informants inside of the organizations. One of the main issues with the Southern Poverty Law Center is that they've been going after conservative organizations for years. That is clear, in addition to the vile hate groups like the KKK. So Congressman Chip Roy asked a very good question. Any leftist organizations on your list? You going after leftist organizations? Listen to this.
How many leftist anti-Jewish groups do you have listed on your website? Name them.
Anyone listening to this can go to our website and see our year in hate and extremism report was released this morning.
How many extremist Islamic groups do you have of the 1,500 or so organizations you have on your hate map?
Again, anyone can go to our website.
My office has been looking over it and we can't really find one.
Again, it is the SPLC's.
You think SPLC could provide us a list of the Islamic-oriented groups that you have on your hate map?
Mr. Roy, we don't target any group because of its religion.
Really?
I want to be clear about that.
Really?
Yes, that's exactly right. We target no group because of its religion. We target groups because they express statements and engage in activities that demean and vilify.
So you brought up LGBTQ groups a second ago.
Roy.
So you brought up LGBT groups a minute ago. So you think there's a bunch of Islamic groups that are pro-LGBTQ? Is that the position of the SPLC?
I love the laughter in the background.
That was great.
Isn't that awesome?
I just want to make sure the record is reflecting that.
Mr. Roy, as I said, we target no group or label no group because of its religion. We target groups and label groups because of what they say about others. And we have a constitutional right to do that.
All right, so there's a bunch of anti-Israel groups here in America. You've got the Students for Justice in Palestine. You've got Jewish Voice for Peace, American Muslims for Palestine. You've got Code Pink as well. Not one of those are on their hate map. Not one. The Southern Poverty Law Center feels like Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, should be on the hate map, but not on the hate map. Students for Justice in Palestine, Jewish Voice for Peace, American Muslims for Palestine. Again, Code Pink. My question would be this. Did any of these groups ever chant, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? I guarantee you they did. Everybody knows that is calling for the elimination of Israel. And so if it's this dude's contention that, well, they haven't actually, said anything that is a threat to anybody, really? Because their little chant there calls for the elimination of Israel and the murder of millions of Jews. Yet they don't find them worthy of being on their hate list. Unbelievable.
You want to know who else they don't find worthy of being on their hate list?
Go ahead.
Antifa.
Antifa's not on the list? I'm not shocked.
Well, hold on. You're going to get boiled up about the reasoning. You ready for this?
Sure.
SPLC. Wikipedia explicitly excludes Antifa from its tracking list. Antifa isn't a hate group, according to Wikipedia. Southern Poverty Law Center claims.
What?
Yeah. They're using Wikipedia to justify not putting Antifa on their hate map.
Do they know Wikipedia could be changed by people like me and you?
I'm pretty sure the people at the SPLC may be the ones working on the Wikipedia page.
All right, so last audio bite on this. This is FBI Director Kash Patel.
And he doesn't lie. The charity that supposedly fought the Klan funded the Klan. The charity that supposedly fought neo-Nazis funded neo-Nazis. The Southern Poverty Law Center ran a methodical, calculated scheme to defraud their donor base of $3 million and lied to them and used an illicit banking structure system to create shell companies to hide their money and who it was being sent to, specifically for the reason to sow discord and hate into our society. This is the ultimate definition of hypocrisy. And if you look at the indictment produced by the Department of Justice and the FBI, you will see that these banking institutions tie directly the funding mechanisms in which the Southern Poverty Law Center used to fund at least 8 hate groups they supposedly wanted to take out, but they were paying the very villains of our society they supposedly wanted to protect us from.
So a good recap there from Kash Patel, Southern Poverty Law Center. We'll have to see where the whole thing goes. As I said, I hope the Republicans have the receipts. 6:54, Jones got the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Nashville Metro Council advances a bill that goes against data centers. What they agreed to last night is coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is 6:55. Dan Mandis here. So many people, maybe even you, are living with cataracts, and you don't even realize how much it is affecting your everyday life. Now, the good news is the fix is quick, and it all begins with a personalized consultation with Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Now, if you've been dealing with blurry or cloudy vision, glare, maybe halos around lights, colors that just don't seem as bright as they used to, well, those are all signs of cataracts. And for a lot of people, driving becomes difficult, even dangerous, especially at night. Some people even experience double vision in one eye. Now, that's not something you have to live with. Cataract surgery today is fast, painless, and the results can be truly life-changing. So don't wait. Call them, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online, visionforlife.com, to schedule your cataract evaluation with Dr. Horn today and find out if you qualify. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com, and start seeing clearly again. Dan Mandis here. You know how many ways we can lose power, right? I was listening to Jones' newscast. Apparently, a bunch of folks lost power here in Middle Tennessee yesterday with those storms. We've got storms, we've got snow, we got ice, we got tornadoes, but there's one surefire way to get your power back on. That is a backup generator from the Generator Supercenter. The Generator Supercenter is the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, what do they feature? A lot. They feature turnkey installation, certified electricians and plumbers, maintenance and service after the install, and a whole lot more. Now, let me tell you how it works. The power goes out in your neighborhood. The power goes on in your home right away with your backup generator from the Generator Supercenter. So if you're one of the many families talking about a backup generator, talk to the pros at the Generator Supercenter. Another reason to love the Generator Supercenter is their generators are made right here in the USA. They'll never leave you in the dark. Financing is available. And yes, they are waiting for your call. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your full forecast and traffic coming up in 5. Iran overnight sending missiles over the border to its neighbors, targeting U.S. military installations in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. And moments ago, Trey Yingst at Fox News said he spoke to President Trump about those strikes and about the stalled negotiations with Iran.
Interestingly, President Trump told me that he is getting close to ordering new strikes against Iranian power plants and bridges because he says the Iranians are tapping the United States along when it comes to the negotiating process. He says the bully of the Middle East is dead, and he told me I may keep going when I asked him about a possible response to the Iranian missile fire that targeted U.S. forces in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan overnight. The president said they had a chance to sign a deal and survive, indicating again that he may order new strikes against the Iranian regime in response to their dragging their feet at the negotiating table.
Now, all of the missiles that were fired by Iran overnight have been shot down. Nashville Metro Council advancing a bill last night that pushes the pause button on new data centers.
The bill must pass 2 more readings before it can take effect. This bill, as written, would put a hold on new permits until at least November 1st or until new rules take effect.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter there. Karmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years in prison after he was convicted of first-degree murder in the death of Austin Metcalf.
Anthony waived his right to testify during sentencing, but his mother took the stand, asking for mercy, insisting her son was remorseful. Metcalf's twin addressing Anthony directly in court, saying, "You took everything from me." The community gripped by the tragedy. Throughout the trial, public protests and online threats, and last night, at least 2 arrests outside court.
ABC's Lionel Moise there. On the floor of the House of Representatives yesterday.
On this vote, the yeas are 214. The nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Passage of the $70 billion funding bill for ICE and Border Patrol. President Trump signs that legislation today. And a sad note, beloved radio host and Grand Ole Opry announcer Bill Cody has died. His death comes just a week after his family announced that he was in critical condition after suffering organ failure. Bill Cody was 67 years old. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Pre-market numbers right here, pretty low this morning. The Dow Jones Industrials Futures minus 429. This is after the uprising that's taking place in Iran this morning. Also, the price of oil is on the rise. However, it's still below $90 a barrel. Oil rising $1.70 here to $89.89 a barrel just moments ago. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Jolton, you still have a problem this morning on 24 eastbound at New Hope Road. Now a stalled out vehicle. The left lane is blocked off by it. Could be a tractor trailer crash that had been reported earlier that they're still working on this morning. You've got a crash in West End as well on West End Avenue at Bowling Avenue. Pretty slow on 24 westbound in the Laverne area. Very slow. There's an area of traffic that looks really slow as you're approaching 254 this morning. That area is super slow. Not sure if there's an accident in that spot. You've got some delays heading west on 40 from the airport all the way in. And of course, it's slow at the merge of 24 and 65 if you're coming in from the north. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. It is Wednesday. That means it is time for Wednesdays with Wilson. Brian Wilson joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. Morning, Brian.
Good morning, Dano.
I'm just here enjoying a fine cup of Wally's Bean Machine coffee at wallysbeanmachine.com. I know that you're at home. You don't get the same accoutrements of coming into the radio station, but that's okay. I'm going to tell you it is really good. Here's the deal. I was heartened by the fact that finally the GOP did something right with the House Republicans clearing that $70 billion reconciliation package to fund immigration enforcement. Is this a sign that the GOP is finally getting their act together in Washington, D.C.?
One would hope, wouldn't you? You'd really hope that that would be the case. Yes, this is a big deal. Finally, the House and Senate, the GOP and the House and Senate getting their act together, passing by on a party line vote, the funding for ICE and the customs enforcement folks and the Border Patrol folks. And so now they are now funded $70 billion all the way until 2029. So the shutdown, whatever was left of the shutdown, is done. And that's a good thing. And then I'm reading where the Save America Act may actually have found enough support to get across the goal line among Republicans. Key among them, Susan Collins of Maine, who's running for re-election. We'll get into that in a moment, I'm sure.
Yes.
But she is now saying that she can pass this, which is, a big deal. Americans love the Save America Act. It's sort of an election integrity bill. They love this idea. You got to show ID when you go to the polls. And it's been a problem getting it through with Republican support. But now apparently it's already passed the House. It looks like Susan Collins is rolling over on this, and it could pass there. So finally, two pieces of legislation. One, we should never have had a fight over funding of ICE. I mean, come on. But now that is done, and I have some great hope that the Save America Act may actually be passed.
Why is it, Brian, that you think she rolled on this? And by the way, I haven't done the math, but there were 4 Republicans that were in the Senate that were against the Save America Act. You had Mitch McConnell, who doesn't know what room he's in. You had Tom Tillis. You had Lisa Murkowski. And as you said, Susan Collins. So if Susan Collins decides that, yes, she will vote for this, again, not having done the math, does that mean they have enough support in the Senate with J.D. Vance maybe coming in and breaking a tie?
Well, I'm looking at the Fox News reporting on this, and they are now talking as if they do have the votes. But we'll see how it goes. You never know with those guys,
right?
But Lee put forward a measure that got 50 votes, with Collins flipping her vote to support the original version at the last minute, but now apparently that's changed. So I think they can get it across the goal line. I'm hoping.
Man, that is going to be huge
Yeah.
If that and without having to eliminate the filibuster as well, because they didn't
Right.
even. John Thune came out and John Thune came out the other day and he said the Save America Act is dead, and he also said that I was talking to somebody, I forget who it was, but they said that they don't have the numbers to eliminate the filibuster. But it sounds like something has changed, and that is very good news. So we'll definitely.
Well, the filibuster thing, you're right. I mean, Thune catches a lot of heat for not wanting to go down that path, but he doesn't have the votes.
Right.
Because, there are just a lot of people who serve in the Senate who believe in the filibuster, and they're not ready to change.
Right. And it's my contention that John Thune, one of the things that is going on is you have some senators who talk a big game, but the reality is they don't want this to come to a vote because they don't want to be put in a situation where they have to vote against eliminating the filibuster because, number one, they believe in the filibuster, as you said, but number two is because they're afraid of what the Democrats will do if ultimately they end up getting into the majority in the Senate. Graham Plattner, you were talking about Susan Collins. So Graham Plattner, I don't know, are you surprised with all of the baggage of Graham Plattner that the Democrats in Maine decided that he is the one that they want to represent them, not only in Maine, but remember, the Democrats, by and large, the entire party, minus one John Fetterman, has thrown their collective weight behind Graham Plattner, a guy who, I mean, we've been documenting this here on Nashville's Morning News, all of the issues that Plattner has. I mean, I don't even want to get into all of it, but I mean, he's got the Nazi tattoo, he's got the sexting, he's got the philandering, he's got the ex-girlfriends talking about how he was abusive, the rape fantasies. I mean, I could go on, but are you shocked?
I am completely shocked that this guy can get the nomination. Look, it really does. It literally looks like it's going to come down to Maine. If the Democrats have any hope of taking the Senate in the midterm elections. And so this is a big race to watch. And it seems to me you'd want to put a very strong candidate up against Susan Collins, and they haven't. They've put up somebody who is just, I mean, he's got so many warts. I've never seen a political candidate with as many warts as this guy's got. He with the Nazi nipple and all of the crazy stuff that we're now learning about the guy. And I don't think we're done yet. So, scratch your head. It seems to me that the Democrats have really messed that one up. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, we're in a time and a place. I was looking at MSNBC. Is that right? Yeah, MS Now, I guess they call it. And I was seeing the reporting over at MS Now. You don't find any of the reporting about the controversy and controversial nature of this guy. So maybe people on the left aren't hearing it as much, but I think they will before we get to the midterm elections in November.
Do you think that the Republicans in Maine are celebrating the Graham Plattner one? Is he the kind of guy where Susan Collins should be able to beat very easily?
You would think so. There is a frustration in some levels with Susan Collins. And here's what I'd say. Susan Collins is a rhino. She is. If you were to look up the word rhino in the dictionary, there's a picture of Susan Collins there. She fits the bill perfectly. She is a rhino, but she's also a Republican. And because she's a Republican, you need the numbers to keep control of the Senate. So Republicans, even if you don't like Susan Collins, Republicans in Maine are going to have to hold their nose and vote for her because the alternative is just so bad. So I think she gets reelected, and I think the Democrats really messed that one up in a big way. They didn't do their vetting, and I have a feeling there are other shoes to drop in that story.
The thing, though, Brian, isn't this by and large a good thing for the Republicans? Because the Democrats can never try to, put themselves on the moral high ground ever again.
No, it is absolutely a good thing for our side, and shocking that they couldn't find a solution to that problem, the Democrats.
More with Brian Wilson coming up next. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly sunny today, a high around 92, going to feel like 101. Brian, I don't know if you're like me, but you've got a pool just like I do. Your friends hitting you up?
Not yet, but it's a little chilly in my pool. But I'm hoping over the next couple of days it gets warmer. That's for sure.
All right, very good. Now, let's see if inflation is going to be as hot as the weather. There's a big inflation report that is due today. You got any predictions?
Yeah, no, I think we're going to see inflation creep up, and this is the concern that everybody has. We have more low-level kinetic action in the Mideast, and that's still going on. Our war with Iran continues. A little tit for tat here. I don't know. What's interesting is that Trump keeps saying, we're just a couple of days away. I heard your commentary on this a few moments ago. We're just a few days away, and everything's going to be fine. It's in his interest to keep, people thinking that we're not far away, and we may not be far away from a deal. Nobody really knows, but this is not going to be an easy negotiation. It never was going to be an easy negotiation. I don't know if Trump is going to bop him on the nose, but he's certainly making the noises as if he's going to do it again. Hit him hard, take out bridges, take out infrastructure, and it will really hurt the country. He's been reticent to do that, but I think we may be getting close one way or the other. Tick tock, midterms on the horizon. I've been very supportive in saying that I think there'll be plenty of time, but it's getting sort of time critical here where he needs to wrap things up, I think, in that part of the world if he can, and start thinking about a time of quiet prosperity between now and the November elections. And I'm hoping that maybe we can solve that, but I'm not sure, because the Iranians understand it's in their best interest from their perspective to keep this thing dragged out.
Well, and here's the deal. You talked about the tit for tat. So they are bombing bases in the Middle East this morning, as a matter of fact. And so they shot down one of our Apache helicopters. We hit some of their targets, and now they're hitting some of the other targets in our interests in the Middle East. I just don't think that Iran is negotiating in good faith. I mean, I think that's obvious.
I don't think they are. I think it's into their advantage to drag it out, to kick the can down the road. And I think Trump's getting frustrated with that. And they're about to FAFO, if you know what I'm saying. And in the meantime, it does really impact our inflation and gas prices. Here's an interesting little statistic about gas prices. The average price for a gallon of gas in Tennessee is $3.70. But listen to this. If you fill up in Wilson County, on average, you're paying $3.57 a gallon. If you go to Davidson County, you're paying 20 cents a gallon more. If you go to Williamson County, you're paying 60 cents more a gallon.
Wow.
I know. It's $4.17 a gallon on average in Williamson County. So the difference between Wilson and Williamson County is 60 cents a gallon.
So do we know, we know why California is more expensive, because they've got regulations and all that kind of stuff there that ultimately ends up raising the price of gas at the state level. But why would it be so much more expensive in Williamson County or Davidson County versus Wilson County, where I live? And, every day I pass by my gas station, and they were this morning, I want to say they were at $3.49.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's, but I don't know why that is, except that, the cost of doing business over in Williamson County must be much higher than it is in Wilson County, is all I can think about. Real estate more expensive, et cetera. I don't know what the real reason is.
Brian, it's all the rich people that live in Williamson County. That's what it is.
Well, no, and because they can afford to pay it. What is the, when you price a product out, you have to ask, well, what is the customer willing to pay?
By the way, I'm just kidding. I'm not rich shaming people in Williamson County. But I do find that interesting.
I found it very interesting. On average, across the United States right now, we're doing far better than most other people. I mean, Williamson County is right there on the national average. It's $4.15 a gallon. So
0668 says Spring Hill $3.70. Meantime, in Lafayette, $3.79. Tullahoma, $3.39. $3.27 in Clarksville. $3.37 in Murfreesboro.
Right.
Interesting. Brian, how interested are you in FIFA, the World Cup?
I am really interested in it. You know, I sort of came to enjoy soccer when my daughter was playing, and like many Americans, when I was growing up, we didn't think much about soccer. But as you get older and you have kids that play soccer, and it's become more popular, I think Americans are more fascinated about the World Cup, and it's really soccer is becoming a much bigger deal. I enjoy a good soccer match. There are long stretches where not much happens, but it gets exciting when things do start to finally happen. And I'm watching this guy, his name is Freddie from Germany, who is here for the World Cup, and his postings have been immensely entertaining. He's having a great tour of the South, going to all of these matches, and he has visited, what is it? He's visited the Waffle House at 1 a.m., said, great food, great prices, friendly staff, 10 of 10 will be coming back. So,
wow.
The Wendy's, he loved the Frosty.
Okay.
At Chili's, he sat down to watch the NBA Finals. He is fascinated by Walmart. He is hitting all of the great chain restaurants that are in the South and just loving it. And it's great fun to watch some of these people who've come in for the soccer match as they tour America and are just, it's like a world of wonder to them. The things that we take for granted, they look at with open eyes and great amazement.
Yeah, but has he been to In-N-Out?
I don't know, but that would be a good experience for him. Not a Southern experience, especially. But
Brian, I got to ask you. So you like watching soccer. So what is fascinating about like Uganda versus Bahrain? I see these soccer matches with these random countries, and I don't know how anybody can be interested in that.
Well, it's just a different, it's like our Super Bowl, really. The way we follow American football, the rest of the world follows World Cup soccer in such a big way. So they're into it the way we are into football, our kind of football in America.
Right. No, I've tried to sit down, Brian. I've actually tried to watch soccer, and I just cannot get into it. By the way, have you been paying attention to what's going on with the Iranian team?
No, I haven't.
So apparently the Iranian team, there was a whole big conversation about whether or not we should allow the Iranian team even into our country. And so now that they have been allowed into our country to play in the matches, I guess they're not happy with where they're being allowed to stay. And there's all this drama. And I guess there was some issue with some visas as well. My opinion is we just kick their butts right back to Iran. That's what I think that we should do.
Listen, I think it's a great thing for us to allow them to play, quite frankly, because it shows we're not angry at the Iranian people. We're angry at what's happening with the leadership of Iran and their desire to spread terrorism all over the globe.
Yeah.
So, I think it'd be great if they can play. I think if I were the Iranians, I'd be very nervous that some people on that team are going to want to stay in America once they get here. So.
Oh, would that not be epic?
Yeah. It could happen.
Yeah. I mean, for the Iranians and for these folks, they're from Iran, they're going to spend some time in America and realize the freedoms that we have that they don't have in Iran. And they're going to probably go back home and be miserable because they've seen the good life here in America. So we'll have to see what happens.
How do you keep them down on the farm once they've been to Atlanta?
I don't understand that. Am I supposed to know what that means?
It's a very old reference, because I'm very old. So.
Joan, hold on.
I did not get it. No.
Okay, so Joan is. Forgive me, Joan. Joan's in her 60s. I'm not quite
I'm the
there
other
yet.
old person on the show. Thanks.
And we're just Joan and I are on FaceTime. We're looking at each other like, oh, what do we say to that? Usually I can fake my way through something. I got nothing, Brian. Thank you, though, as always.
All right.
By the way, Brian, real quick, have you seen all of the fights that are happening in New York outside of the Knicks games?
No, but I mean, New York is just, would you go to New York right now? I would not go to New York.
These people just simply cannot behave themselves. Like
I love New York. I love to go when I worked on the East Coast. I could go to New York City, and I'd always go to Little Italy and eat lunch, eat dinner generally. And I love about 12 hours of New York, and then I got to get out.
I'm right there with you. That was me during the Marconis.
But I don't have any desire to go right now because it just sounds like it's utter chaos. And it's not a very desirable destination, as we put it.
All right, Brian, as always, thanks to not only you, but the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Absolutely. And we'll talk to you again next week unless further needed as news breaks.
Just mentioned, I think I'll be on Thursday and Friday of this week for Chris Hand. So if you want to tune in, we greatly appreciate it.
And then you're going to be filling in for me next week.
All next week, buddy.
That's right. All right, we'll talk to you soon, Brian. Thanks.
All right, bye.
See you.
And I'll be following him because I'll be in for Chris Hand next week.
Yeah, it's going to be like, what did you and Chris called it? Like a parallel universe kind of a thing?
Yes.
So.
Yeah. The team, the team that's on the bench is usually on the bench is going to be filling in.
So I've tasked young Sam with looking up whatever that was that Brian said about Atlanta.
I didn't hear it.
Did you get it?
He didn't. Yeah. The three of us were stumped, and we were like, what the heck?
On the farm in Atlanta, stay there, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I felt bad because I didn't know, and then I was so stumped I had nothing to say to it, which I'd never have nothing to say.
Yeah, no, I don't.
So, you know what? That must be so old, it's not even on like Wikipedia or ChatGPT or anything.
Did any of the listeners get it? Because
Oh, you know what? I should go to the super text line. Did anybody understand what Brian Wilson was saying? Well, I can see 5194. Joan will be forever 29.
Wait. You don't know the reference. It's how can you keep them down on the farm after they've seen Gay Paris? I think it was a World War I.
Gay Paris. I thought he said Atlanta.
But I said Atlanta. See, I was playing off an old song.
Now I get it.
1919 Tin Pan Alley novelty song. How you going to keep them down on the farm after they've seen Paris?
Brian, I'm not making a comment about your age, but that song is even old for you.
Well, you know what? It's not because, it has historical value. And I am well read. Let's put it that way. Even beyond my years. My dad was born in 29. So this song was out before my dad. But you know what? You study your history, folks.
So
any documentary you see on the First World War, this song is going to be played.
So, Joan, you'll notice what happened here is now Brian felt shamed, and now he's coming after us for being what?
Rubes.
Rubes.
Totally
you just called us rubes.
Illiterate comes to mind. I don't know.
Study your history, folks, is what Brian Wilson. Thank you, Brian. We love you. All right, let's see. Oh, Brian, I'm sorry. People are asking about the cookies. I'm sorry. I know you maybe want to talk about this, not want to talk about this. Are you ready? Is the website ready yet?
No, the cookie thing has been, we went to the Glock store and sold, I think, 48 dozen cookies. We sold out. We could have sold twice as many as we had. So but we are in the process of building a website, and that's very complex because you don't want to turn on a website and start getting orders until you're sure you can fill them all. And so, but I think we're gonna be moving that direction, and it's something that we are really enjoying. Me and my retirement helping Cabana Wife with this cookie company. But we will be there. We're not there yet.
All right, very good, Brian. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
It is 7:28. You know what the best part about that whole thing, Joan, was?
Getting called out.
No, not getting called. That we shamed him into coming back on the air with us. I'm not going to let them get away with that.
Yeah.
I'll show them. I'm going to call them a bunch of rubes.
Yeah. I feel like a rube. I think he said illiterate, too.
What's that, Joan?
He said illiterate. He called us illiterate.
He did. That's okay. Whatever.
I mean, Dan reads the comics, for heaven's sakes.
Okay, you can stop that right now, young lady. I'm going to call you young lady like how the young people call young lady, but they're actually meaning you're old.
Oh, I see.
You guys, somebody called me a young man the other day.
Yeah.
Almost like,
Condescendingly?
Condescendingly, yeah. That's what young people do when they call you a young man. Irritates the living crap out of me. Anyway. Boy, am I running? Is it really 7:29?
Yes.
All right, Joan, what's coming up?
We have amazing new details about the drone strike on the U.S. Apache helicopter coming in from Fox News. Wait till you hear these details. It's coming up at 7:30-ish on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Stan Mandis, I want to talk to you about epic healing. That's what happens at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. You know, they've always got the latest and greatest technology, and these days they've got Medical Bay One. It is a brand new way to heal. Now, Dr. Mitchell designed Medical Bay One himself. It's a futuristic healing machine that massages your body while doing full body lasers using red light, including near infrared. It also adds stem cell stimulations for tissue regeneration and uses photons of wavelengths for ultimate healing. All of that to say, man, it is great technology. Medical Bay One, if you want to try it, call them, mention my name, and you get $33 off each and every visit when you go to use Medical Bay One. It is the Epic Spinal Special. It's an amazing experience where you're sitting in an Artemis-type medical bay, and it's going to light your cells for photon healing. That's right. So launch your pain-free voyage today. I love this, and you will too. 615-246-5009. Don't forget, you get $33 off each visit when you mention my name, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Good morning. It's 7:34. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have new information about the Iranian attack on the Apache helicopter at the Strait of Hormuz. Trey Yingst reporting that he spoke exclusively this morning with President Trump about
President Trump tells Fox News that the Iranian drone lodged in between the two pilots in this helicopter. They were flying very low. And at that point, the drone didn't explode as it had intended to. And so these pilots were trying to take down the helicopter with the drone lodged into this gunship without it exploding. And at any moment, it could have exploded, the president told me. And he said it was on fire. There was a lot of heat inside the cockpit.
Yeah, eventually those pilots did put the chopper down. They were rescued by an unmanned drone boat used for the first time in history. Here in Tennessee, the Democratic Party is dropping its federal lawsuit over the state's new congressional maps. Party leaders say they made that decision because they couldn't get a fast ruling in time to impact the 2026 elections. A federal judge had already allowed the maps to stay in place for now. Democrats said they'll shift their focus to the ballot box while other legal challenges continue. And Bonnaroo underway tomorrow. The traffic detours start today. Travelers should know that the I-24 exit for 111 in Manchester is the official main festival exit. So you'll want to find some alternate exits to get around it and watch for temporary communications towers to help improve emergency communications. Bonnaroo will continue Thursday through Sunday. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 736 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. For my friends at the covered patio, warmer weather. It's going to be really warm today, going to feel like 101. So you want to spend a lot of time outside, perhaps. If you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. Now, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. Like today would be a day where more than likely with highs up around, well, it's going to be a high around 92, going to feel like 101. This might be one of those days where you want to spend time on your patio, but you want to keep the shades closed to keep it cool. Now, at the covered patio, they've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens and patio covers and custom wooden decks and outdoor structures. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The covered patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the covered patio. Reach out to the covered patio, 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. Online anytime. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, thecoveredpatio.com. Getting older is, of course, part of life. Feeling exhausted all the time doesn't have to be. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. If your energy is down, maybe your sex drive isn't what it used to be, your workouts are feeling harder, and your focus is off. Maybe you don't feel like yourself anymore. It may be time to head to Low T Center. You know, about 1 in 4 men over 40 have low testosterone, and for many men, the symptoms happen so gradually you may not even notice or just assume that it's stress or work or lack of sleep or simply part of aging. At Low T Center, providers specialize in hormone health and testosterone replacement therapy. They're going to use lab work and symptoms and health history and personal goals to create treatment plans tailored to you, because no two men are exactly alike. Now, TRT may help support energy, focus, libido, body composition, mood, and overall quality of life. Look, you don't have to settle for feeling less than your best. Low T Center works with most major insurance providers and offers a free testosterone test for men who want answers. Visit mylowt.com and book your appointment today. That's fixmylowt.com.
Big delays this morning on that merge between 24 and 65 as you head in from the north. It's also very slow on 40 this morning from the Mount Juliet area all the way into Nashville. Slow too on 24 westbound from the Laverne area all the way into Nashville as well. Otherwise, also on 840, I'm seeing a giant delay on 840 in the Triune area. Not clear if there's an accident there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open 615-737-9986. And I do love this. Very quickly, you want to do a Daily Dan poll? So first of all, earlier, Joan, we did a Daily Dan poll. And then we're going to get into what I'm talking about in this segment. But
yeah,
we did a Daily Dan poll earlier. If the governor's race were held today, and I'm doing this on occasion just to kind of take the temperature of the audience. If the governor's race were held today, who would you vote for? Monty Fritz, John Rose, or Marsha Blackburn? And we put it up there, and I want to know what people think. So you go watch the show on YouTube. You can take the Daily Dan poll.
Well, now we're changing it.
I know, but what are people saying about the governor's
So
race?
here's what's crazy. This has never happened before. Joan was just telling me she's had issues with the traffic center. I closed the poll out on YouTube to put the new one in. And now I can't pull. Oh, finally it loaded. All right. Fritz, 40% of the vote. Rose, 39% of the vote. Blackburn, 21% of the vote.
Okay.
Over 200 votes cast.
We've talked about this before, where even though Senator Blackburn is very popular across the state of Tennessee, among the WTN audience, not so much. By the way, people were attacking me the last couple of days because I had John Rose on for an hour the other day, talking about state issues as he is running for governor, asking me why I have not had Monty Fritz on. Well, Monty and I have been going back and forth. He proposed a day yesterday. He proposed a day next week. Well, unfortunately, next week I am out on vacation. So perhaps Monty and I can do that interview in the week after next, as a matter of fact. We're trying to get it done. So anyway, I'm sorry, Joe, did you say something?
Oh, sorry.
Did you say that on the air?
I did not.
Yeah, you did, actually. I don't know what you said, though.
I said it on the air.
You said something on the air. Wow. What did she say?
We were talking about you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
We were talking about how bogged down the internet is here today. So.
Yeah. Are you on Wi-Fi on your phone right now?
Me? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's your answer.
Okay.
Well, my cable isn't working. Our cable isn't. Remember what we were saying earlier?
Yeah.
Can we just have like 1 week where something doesn't break?
Oh, I'm telling you that in this room that. Does anybody else ever have this problem? Microsoft Defender is on.
Oh, my goodness,
and
yes.
I can't type anything. Like, nothing is working on this computer at all. And I'm so frustrated.
My uncle's an IT guy, and you know what he calls it? Microsoft Defender.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid.
Microsoft Defender, it's like, I wish I could defend myself against Microsoft Defender.
And, you know, the admins here won't let you shut it off. So I have to suffer. Well, because it's their little computer, and every time you try to do it, it says you have to ask an admin.
Well, and also, even if you turn it off, it eventually turns itself back on.
Am I in trouble? Are you laughing at
I just like how you said it's their little computer. It's like, wow.
And I send SOS, emails all the time.
Did you do it message in a bottle?
I might have more response if I put a message in a bottle and fling it across the hallway. Gosh.
She says fling it across the hallway. She means doming somebody in the skull.
Anyway, so we're waiting.
Are going to get it today.
We're waiting for a response, no doubt, from the fine people in IT and engineering. By the way, they're both great. I mean, we're not coming down on them. It's just gets frustrating.
They're bound by the limitations of what they're able to work with.
Yeah, so my cable isn't working. Joan is whatever. Anyway, hey, so here's the new Daily Dan poll. Would you be in favor of Republicans redistricting the Tennessee state legislature in 2027. Because apparently they might do this. And I think this would be very exciting. Let me see. I've sent out some text messages to people who are important, but they don't find me as important and they're not responding.
Oh, Dan.
Granted, I only gave them 30 seconds to respond. But I want to know, Jack Johnson and Cameron Sexton, what their thought is about this. I think this is a great idea. I do. Now, I don't know. The headline is Republican. This is from the Tennessean. Republican lawmakers who already hold a supermajority in Tennessee's General Assembly may redraw the state legislature's district maps next year to win even more seats. Do you know what I think, though? And I don't know what seats they would try to redistrict. I have an idea. But I don't think this would be something where they're going to try to get even more of a supermajority. I think that what they're trying to do is redistrict out, and I may be over my skis on this, but I think that they want to eliminate the seats of the two Justins and maybe Gloria Johnson.
Oh.
Because I guarantee you that Jack Johnson and Cameron Sexton are sick and tired of the idiocy of those three. So my official talk show host opinion is if you can somehow drum them out of the state legislature, they'll get a lot more done. I don't think that you're going to have some people that are going to say, oh, well, what you're doing is you are taking away the voice of the people in those districts. Do you know what my question would be? What kind of a voice do those people that live in those districts have anyway? Do they really think, if you live in Justin Pearson's district, do you really think that Justin Pearson is working for you? Same with Justin Jones. Do you really think the two Justins are actually working for you and getting things done in the state legislature? They're not. They've made themselves into a state and a national joke. You may think that they're all that and a whatever, but they're really not. Nobody respects them, and they get nothing done in the state legislature. The only reason, you people listening in Memphis, if Justin Pearson, I'm using this as an air quote, if Justin Pearson represents you, the only thing he's representing is his social media account and trying to make it into the House of Representatives at the federal level. That is all Justin Pearson has been focused on for the past many years.
You know what I'm dying to see? It's predictable. We have a new every few months we have a new litmus IQ test in this country of are you dumber than a fifth grader? And the Karmelo Anthony case is going to be the new one for the next few months, maybe the next year. If you believe that this was a rigged, racist, conviction that only happened because he was a young black man, then you're stupid. You're dumber than a fifth grader. And so that if they come out and that's their line of, then you're just drawing the line in the sand and you keep moving it backwards until you've fenced yourself in.
You say if.
When?
Thank you. A spokesman for the Tennessee Senate Republicans said lawmakers are likely to consider legislation related to redrawing Tennessee House of Representatives and Tennessee state districts in next legislative session. So they're talking about both the House and the state Senate redrawing those districts to give them even more of a majority. I just think it's an opportunity for them to redistrict out the malcontents and the racists. Because let's be honest, the real racists in the Tennessee state legislature are Justin Pearson and Justin Jones. And probably the others. I don't know all of them in there, but there's plenty of them. They say, given the Supreme Court's decision in Louisiana versus Calais, I would expect the next General Assembly to consider legislation related to continued redistricting efforts for Tennessee's state Senate and House district maps. Says Tennessee Senate Republican Caucus Press Secretary Molly Crawford in an emailed statement. Tennessee Senator Charlene Oliver, was she the one that did the dancing on the desk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
In that, by the way, off-season dress. I can't emphasize that enough.
Off-season.
Charlene Oliver, a Democrat, Nashville, whose constituents are mostly racial minorities, questioned why Republicans need even more seats when they already hold the supermajority in both houses of the General Assembly. She says, what more do they want? Oliver, whose protest against congressional redistricting is one of the most enduring images of the recent legislative session. Do you think that the Tennessean realized what it is that they just... I'm reading this cold. So I'm laughing because they're right. Charlene Oliver in that short dress and whatever the heck she was wearing up on that desk was certainly an enduring image. As Sam said, what did you say? Off season?
It was off season, girl.
And tight.
Yeah.
It was tight.
It was not
Lord.
complimentary to your body.
Yeah, I you know what? I don't think this has anything to do with, just moving right along. I don't think this has anything to do with the supermajority. I think this has everything to do with the behavior of people in the in the state legislature on the left.
So
because
far,
they simply cannot behave.
So far in the poll, 92% are in favor of redrawing state rep and Senate maps in 2027.
All right. So you said, what is it?
92%.
92. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the question. And that's why I'm just talking out my arse here. I know, not real surprising. I don't know. The article doesn't say why it is that they would redistrict. I mean, because they can is a very legit answer. But specifically, what I want to know from Cameron Sexton and Jack Johnson is, are you trying to redistrict out the two Justins? And perhaps Charlene Oliver. I don't know. But based on their behavior, I would want them out too. That's the bottom line. By the way, remember I was going to say, I was trying to get a hold of, because, sitting congressmen don't have anything better to do. I was trying to get a hold of...
Respond to your text messages?
Matt Van Epps has indeed responded.
Ah.
Because I was trying to figure out because the administration, our administration, is saying that Iran didn't mean to shoot down our Apache helicopter.
Okay.
So I didn't believe it. And I was asking, can you actually accidentally shoot down a helicopter? Matt Van Epps says this. It is actually possible.
Oh.
I don't know how. And he says with a very, very big, I don't know what you'd call this, but, maybe. He says, I haven't seen details of this to know exactly what happened. So
did you I don't know if you were able to listen at 7:30 when I did the news, and Trey Yingst said he spoke with President Trump and President Trump gave him the details of what happened. Do you want to hear this?
Sure.
President Trump tells Fox News that the Iranian drone lodged in between the two pilots in this helicopter. They were flying very low. And at that point, the drone didn't explode as it had intended to. And so these pilots were trying to take down the helicopter with the drone lodged into this gunship without it exploding. And at any moment, it could have exploded, the president told me. And he said it was on fire. There was a lot of heat inside the cockpit.
Isn't that
those two need to
amazing?
Go buy a lottery ticket.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is their lucky day.
I got a theory on why Iran's saying it's accidental.
Why is that?
Because it didn't explode.
Because it didn't explode. Yeah.
It accidentally landed in the cockpit. What we wanted was a intentional explosion.
That is right out of an action movie, Joan.
Yeah. So they were able to bring it down in the water, kind of helped to put out the fire. And then
that'll do it.
Yeah. And then the driverless boat, the drone boat, was able to come and pick them up because it had the location of where these guys were. So it was able to come and pick them up.
That's like something out of a video game.
It really is. It's a crazy. And what they wanted to, the reason they used that driverless boat is because we don't know where the landmines are, the floating mines are in the Strait of Hormuz. So they had to send out a manless, driverless boat to be able to make sure that our troops weren't harmed.
Can you imagine just having like a tracker pin strapped to your flight vest or something? You smack it and all of a sudden a little boat pops out of the carrier just cruising down the strait.
I didn't realize Joan was a sexist. You just said manless, Joan.
Oh, I did. I did.
You need to say personless.
I got your personless right here, buddy.
By the way, People are talking about Charlene Oliver.
Yeah.
This is Randy. She looked like a busted can of biscuits in that dress. The anonymous sheriff, not only off-season, but ill-fitting.
Exactly.
I mean, it's true. I'm sorry, but it was true.
I only like my biscuit can bursting at the seams as I'm about to put the pan in the oven.
7:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Okay, so we have that measure of inflation coming in hot in May. Also, I've got the 911 call that came into Nashville police as a woman's pit bulls were attacking her. Oof, wait till you hear this. It's coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Madness. If you've got a special dad in your life, get him something special from my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Don't forget, Father's Day is coming up on June 21st, and they've got some great gift ideas from Brentwood Jewelry. Rings and watches and cufflinks and money bars and keychains and a whole lot more. You know, as far as watches go, these folks are Nashville's premier timepiece dealer, including, by the way, new and pre-owned Rolexes, plus the best brands available. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and if you've got maybe a wedding, a birthday, an anniversary, maybe a graduation coming up, they've got something special for every occasion. Brentwood Jewelry. They've been serving Middle Tennessee for over 50 years with terrific prices, the best brands, and outstanding customer service. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online anytime, BrentwoodJewelry.com. That's BrentwoodJewelry.com. Dan Madis here, Mark Spain Real Estate. Kick off the summer stress-free and sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You're going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle. You know, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends have consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. And this is why I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends and family here in Nashville, because I always know that they are going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. You know, they sell more than 38 homes every single day at Mark Spain Real Estate, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and with the strongest all-cash offer in the industry. Tell them Dan Madis told you to reach out when you call them, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Tensions remain high in the Middle East this morning. The U.S. launching retaliatory strikes after Iran shot down an Apache helicopter. Well, now ABC's Karen Waugh tells us that Iran is firing new missiles this morning.
Iran saying it launched strikes toward American targets in the region, including the Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Nearby Jordan says it also shot down 5 incoming missiles fired toward an area hosting U.S. forces. And Kuwait says it intercepted hostile aerial targets as well.
In primary news in Maine, Graham Plattner easily winning the Democrat Senate primary. He'll face Republican Senator Susan Collins in the fall. Former Fox News host and Republican Steve Hilton is set to face Democrat Javier Becerra in the California governor's race. And in South Carolina, governor primary there, Republican Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has advanced to a runoff against State Attorney General Alan Wilson, neither getting enough votes to secure that nomination. Congresswoman Nancy Mace coming in 5th place.
I voted to release the Epstein files and lost some support for that. As a survivor, I chose to stand on principle and stand against the Epstein cover-up.
Pamela Evette got the late endorsement of President Trump. An 18-year-old arrested in the shooting of a MAPCO gas station clerk on Monday night in Nashville. Jordi Matos Espinoza surrendering to police yesterday after they released security camera photos of him. The clerk, a 34-year-old, reportedly chased Espinoza and several others into the parking lot after observing them stealing from the store, and that's where the clerk was shot. He suffered serious but non-life-threatening injuries.
Metro 911, what is the location of your emergency?
Help! Please come now. Their dogs are attacking this woman.
Yeah, we are hearing for the first time the 911 call made to Metro Nashville police from a neighbor that heard a woman's screams as her 5 pit bull dogs were mauling her. Police killed all 5, but a 6th pit bull that was cordoned off in the home was not killed. Those neighbors telling WSMV4 the dogs were known to be vicious.
I think you don't always know what you get with a foster, and pit bulls are known to be a little bit aggressive. It's a lot. It's a lot that comes with it, so I can't even imagine having 6 dogs.
Yeah, the woman who was attacked rescued all of the pit bulls from local pet adoption agencies. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And yikes, inflation coming in at a hot 4.2% in May, going above 4% for the first time in 3 years. The markets, though, are all about expectations. This report right in line with what expectations were. So stock futures haven't moved much. They're still down this morning. The Dow Jones Industrial Futures are minus 224 right now. NASDAQ futures down 241. S&P futures minus 37. And a check of oil, we're at $88.79 a barrel right now, still below $90. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 803 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, real quick, Joan, I don't know if you've seen, but Donald Trump is posting on True Social about Iran. We are going to talk about that coming up.
Excellent.
Here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, lifelong dog owner. And I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals, and I bet you have too. So if you've got a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew out of Ridgeside K9 Nashville, they can help you. Now, I do call these folks the dog whisperers, and they've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you as well. So if your dog has aggression or potty problems, anxiety, maybe basic obedience issues, well, they can help you help your precious dog with just about anything. Now, they believe that owner education is just as important as dog training, and long-term success with your dog begins with you at Ridgeside K9 Nashville. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So check them out online, rsk9nash.com. The letter K, I should say the letter K, the number 9. I don't know why that screws me up every single time. It is the letter K, the number 9. rsk9nash.com.
Just read what's on the paper.
You know what the problem is, Joan? I am.
Yeah.
And for some, I mess it up every time. rsk9nash.com. Easier to call them. 615-878-0380. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, guaranteed for life.
All right, so we have a crash this morning. It's on I-40 eastbound lanes. This is West Nashville at 46th Avenue. The exit there is 205. The right lane blocked off by it. I-40 eastbound at I-65. Same thing, we've got a crash, and the left lane is blocked off. I-65 southbound in Talbot's Corner. That's a crash that blocks the shoulder at Trinity Lane. Now in Arrington, I-840 westbound just before Horton Highway. That's another scene of a crash with THP on the scene. In Greenwood, on Gallatin Avenue, between West Eastland Avenue and Seymour Avenue, just watch it. They're doing road work there, removing old trolley tracks. They've only got one lane available to traffic. Couple of problems on Briley Parkway, northbound side in Hermitage, before Two Rivers Parkway crash, and Briley Parkway westbound at Dickerson Pike in North Nashville. That is also the scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.808, Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in to your Wednesday. It is June 10th, and Donald Trump is thumbing away on True Social. Iran's military is a complete and total mess, the president says. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They've been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. They say the bully of the Middle East is dead. That's what the president says. And he's got the word dead in capitals and 3 exclamation points. He also says they've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now, the president says they will pay the price. President Donald J. Trump, sadly, it's really fun to say thank you for your attention to this matter, did not say that in this Truth Social post. But it sounds like the president, I don't know, Joan, it sounds like he is running out of patience. I mean, all of this comes as the ceasefire was disrupted by Iran trying to knock out one of our Apache helicopters, whether it was by accident or not, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then Donald Trump, of course, said, sorry, but we've got to respond to this. And we did, and we took out some satellite systems and, drone manufacturing plants, whatever it was. And then Iran has been attacking our partners in the Middle East this morning. So
there's also in the 7 o'clock news. Now, I don't know if you got to hear that one either, but Trey Yingst, again, from his conversation this morning with President Trump, when President Trump told him about that Apache helicopter accident, he also spoke about Iran and their role and what's going on and how he's losing his patience. Listen to this.
Interestingly, President Trump told me that he is getting close to ordering new strikes against Iranian power plants and bridges because he says the Iranians are tapping the United States along when it comes to the negotiating process. He says the bully of the Middle East is dead. And he told me I may keep going when I asked him about a possible response to the Iranian missile fire that targeted U.S. forces in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan overnight. The president said they had a chance to sign a deal and survive, indicating again that he may order new strikes against the Iranian regime in response to their dragging their feet at the negotiating table.
All right, very good. Isn't that what, by and large, most of us want?
Yeah, well, I think by and large, what most of us want is for them to go decimate Iran and get it over with.
Yeah, that's true, Joan. We want some attacks because we want this to get over with. And I think that we all recognize that Iran has been stringing us along. Donald Trump has known this is how Iran operates for years. But here's the thing, is that we know that for the president, he has tried diplomacy. Has he not tried diplomacy?
He's been more than patient.
He has been more than patient.
Yeah.
So it's time we ended this. And if that means that we need to take out some bridges, I'm a little hesitant on taking out power plants because that is really going to impact. We'll have to wait and see which ones they take out, but that would really impact the people of Iran. If they take out the power plants, you're going to have a lot of people, perhaps thousands, millions of people, depending on which one it is. You're going to have a lot of people without power, perhaps for a long time. But Iran is not negotiating in good faith. Every person that I've spoken with, every person that I've read, every person that I've interviewed has said, no, they're clearly not negotiating in good faith. So now the question is, okay, with President Trump, because remember, one of the things that the president does, Joan, we've heard him do this before, where he comes off really aggressive, then he takes a step back, he's trying to, and people on the super text line, or one person said, well, part of what the president probably is trying to do is distract from those inflation numbers that came in, although they didn't come in over expectations. So really it's not
4.2%. Yeah. Yes, it's a lot, but this is exactly what economists were expecting.
So not a big deal. I mean, it sucks, but I mean, what are you going to do? But maybe that's what President Trump is saying. Okay, I need to get this done. I need to get the Strait of Hormuz open. I need to get inflation down. I need to end this with Iran because he knows, and we were just talking to Brian Wilson about this an hour ago, that we need the Strait of Hormuz open because we need gas prices to go down. It's a bottom line. And if that means that we need to start bombing the living crap out of these people, then that's what we need to do. Again, we run the risk if we start taking out power plants and we start really impacting the 93 million people that live in Iran, and we end up hurting those people as opposed to forcing out the Islamic Revolutionary Guard and the people that are really in charge there in Iran, well, then we do run the risk of losing the narrative battle, if you will. But we have tried. We have tried everything, and as we've all been reporting to you, Iran is going after our partners in the Middle East. And nobody, even in the Middle East, nobody likes Iran. Not even the people of Iran like Iran's leaders, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So we'll have to see how quickly the president decides to go in. We've had a couple of weeks, how long has this been going on, this, I'm air quoting, this ceasefire?
It's been since April.
All right.
Am I right? Yeah, I think since April.
So hopefully we have enough rockets. There's a lot of people out there saying we don't have enough rockets and drones and everything else. You know what? If you do this right, perhaps you don't need as many rockets and drones as people may say. If we're strategic in what we do.
Say hello to my little friend.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Sam, as always. 8:15, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. Time to check the roads.
West Nashville, 40. Yeah, but notice that perfect timing where I didn't let the grenade launcher actually play over the air.
And Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. Accident moved to the right shoulder. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today and a high around 92. Going to feel like 101. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of folks on the Super Text line commenting, and a lot of great comments. I love the Super Text line. Randy, remind me what taco means.
Trump always chickens out.
All right, thank you. Randy says taco. Trump always chickens out. Way to ruin a good food, Randy. Let's see here. 2240. I'm reading these without pre-reading them, so I have no idea what they're going to say. There's probably some hate in here. 2242. The only person that's getting strung along is the orange moron. Iran knows exactly what they're doing. Trump is senile. He says they're dead. Yeah, they're dead, but they shot down an Apache helicopter, and their fire misses at our base, but they're dead and don't have another drink.
This
2242
person is a total hater. Just look at the rest of his text messages. Total hater.
This is the kind of stuff we get. You ready? Matt, this was June 8th. Was that a couple of days ago? Matt, please enjoy the fat, disgusting, orange, ignorant narcissist while you can. Okay. Let's see here. Back on June 8th, during Chris Hand's show, And just like an 8-year-old throwing a temper tantrum, Mr. Orange, thin-skinned pedophile stumps off the set whining. What a juvenile-minded POS. She owned him big time, laughable. All right, so 2242 apparently does not like Donald Trump.
Or us. I'm reading all of the text messages. Yeah.
He doesn't like me either? He doesn't like you?
Doesn't like anybody.
I'm sure that he likes you, Joan.
Nah. Mm-mm.
No?
I don't want him to like me.
Actually, you know what? Part of what defines you is who you're hated by.
Yes.
So
yes,
there's people that hate me that I invite their hate because I don't want them to like me, Joan, because that would mean that I am sort of like a kinship with them. And 2242, dude, I don't want no kinship with you because you're a.
There's a Manhattan-based psychotherapist for people like that. He's the one that's publicly discussed treating patients who deal with hyperfixations and anxiety tied to Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan Alpert's his name. You can look him up.
We ought to get him on the phone.
I think he should on Fox News talking about this. He had like 75 patients now at this point that he's literally treating for Trump derangement syndrome. Orange man bad. Cheeto man bad.
Or 0478. You people are evil, bloodthirsty demons.
Oh, what do you mean, you people?
Who are you calling you people?
I'm a 16th Cherokee.
Let's see here. All right, 9105. Let's see. If I had $1 for each time Donald Trump said that I would be rich, they just dropped a bird in the strait.
You would have $36.
We talked about that earlier. Yeah. That's true. You'd have $36.
Go buy lunch at a nice place.
Chipotle.
Oh my God, dude, it's ridiculous.
$36. Let's see here. Tracy says, talking about what we were talking about earlier. Oh, what is, real quick, what is the Daily Dan poll? The Daily Dan poll, the question was, would you approve of the state legislature redistricting state districts for state seats, not House of Representatives and Senate? So what do the people say?
Yeah, 87% of the vote in favor of Republicans redrawing state rep and Senate maps in 2027.
Oh, this is interesting. I can't.
But you can't do that. You can't say this is interesting and then go,
no. Some people in the state legislature, I'm talking about this, and they're reaching out to me. Which article?
Oh.
So apparently not everybody knows what's going on or what the Tennessean is reporting.
That's what's crazy when you read the article, and I didn't hear any source, this rep, this senator, whatever, said this. I'm starting to think, are these people hyperfixating on anxiety that they might do this, and now you're going to give them the idea that they didn't have in the first place? Like, thanks, Tennessean.
Well, it's a Tennessean. Let me see if I can do this.
It's like the Republicans in Tennessee, we had no plans of this, but then this article came across our desk, and it's actually pretty good.
It's a pretty good idea. That's actually pretty funny. Let's see here. All right. I'm trying to send this to this person, and I don't want to say who it is because I don't want to call them out or what have you, that's not what I'm doing. But anyway, so there you go. I hope they do. I think it'd be a great idea. You could redistrict out the malcontents. One guy said that Justin Jones is a blessing for our community. Somebody please, I would ask.
How?
Well, we are getting so many texts now that it's lost. But I would, do you know what I would do? If you're the guy that just said that Justin Jones has been a blessing for your community, can you name one thing that Justin Jones has done legislatively to help your community? I'll wait. Actually, I won't because I hate dead air. But I'm just asking a question. Yeah, thank you. Because, I mean, honestly, I can't name anything. All that Justin Jones ever does is he calls people racist.
And he performs, right? There's an airport.
Performative.
They would limit it B&A. Then there was the state assembly building. He lit the piece of paper with
he walked in with a child's coffin.
Oh,
one of the things that he did.
Gosh.
And remember, this is the same guy that voted against fortifying schools in Tennessee. Remember that whole thing? Where the entire Tennessee version of the squad, the Democrats voted against fortifying schools in the state of Tennessee because they said it didn't go far enough. They didn't like the fact that Republicans wanted SROs to have guns. And I forget what else they had a problem with, but arming teachers was another one. And their whole thing was, well, it doesn't go far enough. We need to ban guns, so we're not going to vote to fortify schools against school shooting. Yet Justin Jones has the audacity to carry a child's coffin into the state legislature. Just disgusting, abhorrent behavior. There's nothing else I can say about it. Anyway, it is 8:22 on Super Talk 99.7, and Joan has the
news.
Yeah,
coming
you
up.
know what? I'm reading text messages, and I got a lot
Dan
going on.
cannot chew gum and walk at the same time.
85,
No.
8561 says, yeah, Iran has played us. All right, I've been all over the place. 8:22, Jones got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Want to tell you about a medical miracle that has just saved a baby's life? This is pretty amazing. Coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my HVAC company. They have been for over a decade. I'm a proud member of the Beehive Club. Now, one of the reasons why I like working with Busy Bee is because they are always looking for ways to save you money and make your life better. They want to send you to the beach. That's right. They've got a great special going on. You buy any new home AC unit this month, you are entered to win a free 3-day beach getaway. Busy Bee is going to pay for your gas, your lodging, and a couple of meals every single day. Check out the details at busybeehvac.com. They're also saving you money with 10% off their deluxe air duct cleaning package or 5% off the middle tier. So you're saving money and cleaning the air inside of your home. Become a Beehive member like me. You save money in the long run by maintaining your HVAC along the way. You need some plumbing work? Take $100 off any service over $500 or 10% off select water filtration systems. The savings never end at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. 829 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So one of the things that we spoke about like way earlier, Joan Jones.
Yes.
Was it Graham Plattner? Mm-hmm. For people who have not heard yet, he actually won the main primary, telling you all you need to know about where the Democrats stand. This is what he said after his victory, Graham Plattner.
And to any of those who feel let down or disappointed or disillusioned, it is my job to earn your trust, faith, and support. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day, I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before.
So,
a little bit better, a little bit kinder.
I think the biggest truth he told there was, I'm not perfect. Also, the biggest understatement.
Yeah.
Graham Plattner. Anyway, that dude's a meathead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's just a meathead, and he's a knuckle-dragging meathead. Anyway, it's 8:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Iran firing missiles at Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain this morning. All of them shot down. It comes after the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes on Iran for downing the Apache helicopter earlier this week.
Despite the escalation, President Trump told ABC's Jonathan Karl last night he believes a peace deal with Iran is still possible.
He does not see this as the beginning of a major new offensive against the Iranians. This is a response to what they did with our helicopter last night, the president told me, and I believe the response should be very strong, very powerful, and that's what this is.
That's ABC's Karen Hua reporting. The Benton County Sheriff's Office investigating after human remains were found inside of a box. Now, it was found on a property owned by the TVA where excavation work is underway. The sheriff's office said the remains are from a preterm infant that didn't survive. Also inside that box, a onesie baby outfit, a pregnancy test, and a couple of items from adults. The TBI was called to the scene. Investigators are hoping to find the parents so they can relocate the remains. A shootout at a Nashville barber shop. Channel 4's Marius Payton.
This happened Monday night on Nolensville Pike. Officers say someone showed up wanting a haircut, but the workers there said they were closed. That situation then escalated when both people pulled out guns and began shooting at each other.
Now, the person wanting the haircut was shot and showed up later as a walk-in at a hospital. No word on whether charges will be filed here. And a medical miracle, an 8-month-old infant who suffered from a rare but severe form of epilepsy has been cured after receiving an experimental gene replacement. Essentially, doctors injected a functioning copy of the missing gene from this child directly into his brain. That procedure took place at a children's hospital in Israel. Doctors say the child has been released from the hospital after a month after the procedure because he had no new seizures. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stocks this morning trading now to the Dow Jones Industrials down 278, the NASDAQ falling 192, S&P 500 index minus 42, the Dow falling because of that, in part because of higher inflation reported in May. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. I want to talk to you about Epic Healing. That's what happens at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. You know, they've always got the latest and greatest technology, and these days they've got Medical Bay 1. It is a brand new way to heal. Now, Dr. Mitchell designed Medical Bay 1 himself. It's a futuristic healing machine that massages your body while doing full body lasers using red light, including near infrared. It also adds stem cell stimulations for tissue regeneration and uses photons of wavelengths for ultimate healing. All of that to say, man, it is great technology. Medical Bay 1, if you want to try it, call them, mention my name, and you get $33 off each and every visit when you go to use Medical Bay 1. It is the Epic Spinal Special. It's an amazing experience where you're sitting in an Artemis-type medical bay, and it's going to light your cells for photon healing. That's right. So launch your pain-free voyage today. I love this, and you will too. 615-246-5009. Don't forget, you get $33 off each visit when you mention my name, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Man, all that rain we got yesterday, you need to go down in your basement or your crawl space and see if you've got moisture or water. If you do, then you've got to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, not to mention foundation repair and concrete leveling. Here's the thing about USS. They know the times are tough, so they do want to give you options like fix it now, pay it later. So, and you do need some work and you don't have the money right now, well, they're going to help you. They're offering you 24 months, no interest financing options because they do know the perils of waiting. These problems tend to get worse over time, not better. So you do have to get them fixed as soon as possible. Again, right now, they're offering you 24 months, no interest financing options. USS United Structural Systems, they've been out to my house before. I am one of their thousands of satisfied clients. And don't forget, you get 24 months, no interest financing options to get you the peace of mind you need. And the payments, well, they come later. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
All right, there are delays on 40 eastbound in the West Loop area this morning, just before I-65 West. A crash that takes out the right shoulder. Another one in Donaldson on Briley Parkway, the northbound lanes just past Lebanon Pike, exit number 8. And be careful in Manchester, Tennessee. You've got Bonnaroo starting tomorrow. The traffic begins today. Exit 111 off of I-24 is the official exit for the fans of Bonnaroo, so you may want to try to find a different way around that. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$837. Is he saying Trump is back? Is that what he's saying? You know, Trump is saying he's going to now. Iran is. I don't know if you've seen this, Chris, but Donald Trump is out there saying Iran, they're no longer negotiating, and he's going to apparently bomb them any day now. Okay. And now we're talking about how many times he said this. It's been like many times.
I was listening to. I saw a clip of Scott Jennings last night, and he was like, I think we need to wrap our heads around the fact that it's not a peace deal that we're looking for. It's just a deal.
Yeah. Well, then it's not even the only deal. The first deal is going to be to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Then they start talking about the nuclear stuff. And it's clearly not going to happen. The only way that we are going to be able to denuclearize Iran is if we do it by brute force.
Yep.
That's it. So you can do one of two things.
I think we should re-nuclearize them and get through this as quickly as possible. if you catch my drift.
I'm catching your drift. I don't believe we should nuke Iran.
Well, I think what options do we have left? I just want it to be over with. Like I'm either side. You want to walk away? I'm fine with it. You want to just absolutely nuke them? I'm cool with that too. I would just like it to be done this week.
Well, I don't think it's going to get done this week. It'd be nice though, because it would be a nice wrap up because you and I are going on vacation next week.
It would be solid.
Yeah,
dude, I can't wait. I'm not going to pay attention to any news. I'm going to be
St. Croix. You're going to?
Yeah, I'm going to try and ghost social media as best I can.
Okay, now you're going to have to help me. Where is St. Croix?
It's like,
and if you tell me it's in St. Croix, I'm going to hit you.
No, it's like you can throw a rock from Puerto Rico.
Okay, got it.
It's very small. It's like a 20-mile wide island.
Is that part of the Disney cruise that you're going on?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get. That's
our snorkeling stop, Dan.
Is that your snorkeling stop?
No, my wife's parents and her sister and husband and niece and nephew live there. My wife's parents live there half the year, and then her sister and her family live there year round. Wow. And we're going for our niece's graduation, this is really exciting. Anna is going to West Point. So
nice.
And I don't know. So I've done some research, right? My niece may be the first female to ever go to West Point from the Virgin Islands.
No kidding.
She was like born and raised there.
Mm-hmm.
She very well may be the first female to ever go to West Point from the Virgin Islands.
That is very cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Just to add, even more cool, you would think in an island area, maybe Navy, right? There'd be a lot of ships and stuff out there that might draw someone like that in. But to go mainland into West Point,
it's pretty
the
cool.
Army,
it's
bad.
Pretty cool.
So your wife's family lives in St. Croix.
Yep.
That must be nice.
Yeah. I mean,
my wife's family lives in like Mount Juliet.
It is.
So
it's not cheap to get there.
Yeah.
But once we get there, it's like we get to stay with family. So it's very nice.
Are they like right on the beach?
No.
Okay.
But I mean, everywhere is essentially right on the beach in St. Croix.
All right, very good. Well, that's going to be awesome for you.
I'm very excited.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've had any time off outside of sick days since Christmas.
Will you be watching any of FIFA and the World Cup?
No.
What did it do?
Good for you.
So apparently, Jones, somebody said, I was like joking about it earlier, like who cares about some of these matches? And somebody said that there was a match last night, I don't know if it was true or not, between like Iceland and Bulgaria or something, and 88,000 people were in Auburn, Alabama, watching this game.
Yeah.
Who are you people?
I don't understand.
I don't get it. Like,
it doesn't make any sense to me.
Iceland, who was it, Sam?
Iceland and Argentina. So Argentina probably had the huge draw on the fan base. Sold out crowd, 88,043 people. Massive attendance at a new record for the largest ever attended soccer match in the state of Alabama. Well, yeah.
Shocker.
I mean, if I'm being fair, I tried to get into it back in the day, the FIFA stuff, because FIFA was like a pretty big video game.
True.
And so I tried to watch like the Premier League and things like that. And it was just meh. I just can't do it.
I don't get it. Like I've tried to watch soccer and it boring as all get out. I'm not impressed by soccer. I'm not impressed by people who play soccer.
What's a worse sport to watch on TV, soccer or golf?
Soccer.
Soccer. Golf is exciting.
How dare you?
I think golf is the worst sport to watch on TV.
Okay. This is...
There's action with golf, right? Like they'll take the camera from multiple players. All right. People will have actual difficulties and struggle. The game takes some planning. Joan, back me up on that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The planning, the relationship. No, the relationship between the golfer and his caddy and how they talk to each other.
Okay,
I've seen Happy Gilmore. Most of those caddies are just picked up off the street.
Can I just say that hearing you two talk about golf bores me to death?
Yes, right? Thank you.
But here's the thing. Golf has some rules, right? It's got white and black lines on things. Soccer, somehow you can run over at the end of the first half, and they'll add on a random amount of time. It won't go up on the score clock. The ref will just keep time on his wristwatch and then kind of authoritarianly decide when to blow the whistle for halftime. There's no fixed clock.
I don't care.
Drives me nuts.
Moving right along. Hey, you brought something for this.
I did. I got a story.
So this is a crazy story.
I got a story to tell.
Out of a dog that went to China and didn't come back.
You guys are not going to believe this. Well, you probably will, actually. Knowing this audience, you'll actually believe this very much.
I've got the video queued up, by the way.
A dog famous in China for traveling around the world with its owner was reportedly stolen, sold for less than $30, and eaten. The South China Morning Post reported that the dog's name was Tutu.
Did they, when they ate Tutu, did they go yum yum?
They must have. They must have used some yum yum sauce. He was an 8-year-old border collie who had gained over 1 million followers on China's version of TikTok. And he did so by accompanying his owner, identified by multiple outlets simply as Gao, on journeys across China over many years. Gao, according to the SCMP, took a solo trip to Georgia last month and left Tutu behind in the care of his father at his home in the central Chinese province of Henan. The outlet reported that on May 11th, Gao's father took Tutu with him to work in the family's field, and then he went missing. Frantic, he immediately cut his trip short, came back to China to look for Tutu, and surveillance footage was eventually obtained that showed 2 strangers taking the dog on an electric bike, the South China Morning Post reported. The outlet stated that Gao located one of those people he believes stole the dog and offered him 10,000 yen, $1,500, for Tutu's return. The man claimed he mistook Tutu for a stray, saying the dog followed him after being called. Gao rejected the explanation, saying Tutu had been wearing a collar and a tracker and resting on the family's farmland. He was later told that Tutu had been sold to a dog meat restaurant for $27 and the pet had been eaten. Allegedly saying, "The dog's dead, so stop making a fuss. I didn't break the law."
He didn't break the law. That's what they do.
No fuss is allowed. No fuss given.
Okay, so if I'm got a dog that has that many Twitter followers or whatever it was.
Yeah, TikTok, China TikTok.
And you're in China where they literally eat dogs, keep your dog on a leash. Like, why would you, or better yet, keep your dog inside?
Flee China? I would flee China.
I would leave China too. You ever eaten dog?
No.
I wonder what it tastes like. Like, does it taste like chicken?
I don't know. I can grok it.
What does dog taste like? Hey, by the way, yours truly came up on the Matt Murphy show yesterday. You got that audio? So people were flooding the super text line earlier today saying, hey, you came up on the Murphy show during a phone call.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Dog meat has been described as a rich red meat that's quite fatty and gamey, often compared between a cross of beef and mutton, but with a stronger, more fragrant, or intensely meaty flavor.
Here's my question. Ugh. Does like a Chihuahua taste different than like a pit bull?
I would imagine a pit bull would be musclier,
Musky, like tough.
Tougher meat.
Tougher meat, sure.
To slow cook it.
Probably a lot more meat, though, if you wanted to.
Go for the Bernese Mountain Dogs. They're
oh, my gosh.
A little fatter.
Yes. Different dog breeds can taste somewhat different, though the differences are generally subtle and influenced more by factors like age, diet, fat content, exercise, and preparation than by breed alone.
Well, I can imagine. I mean, you probably put a good barbecue sauce on it, although I don't know if they do that in China. They probably do, as you said, that yum yum sauce.
Pulled dog sandwiches.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or a
tacos.
Or a pepperoni pizza.
A hot dog.
What's the best dog to eat?
This is awful.
What do you want? I'm just, they're saying a Nuriongi. Nuriongi. It's a Korean yellow Spitz. It's a meat dog. What does a Nuriongi look like?
8203, dog tastes like bear. 7723, Chihuahuas are just a little more spicy. Jason said, oh, God, I'm not reading that.
Jason,
you know what?
Come on.
No. Nope.
He tries to lull you in with a
nice
false
try,
sense of security.
Jason.
I just read Jason's.
I'd be the guy to read that, too. All right, moving right along.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
This is also from Grok. Important note for those in Tennessee, eating dog meat is illegal in our state. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Reminder.
I just wanted to get that out there.
You know what's funny is I don't know, is there a lot of Tennesseans that wanted to eat dog?
No.
Maybe.
I feel like I remember news stories where like Chinese restaurants were getting busted for doing that.
Here?
It was either dog or cat.
By the way, NASCAR also is terrible to watch.
No, that's exciting. Are you kidding?
Another left turn.
People are saying NASCAR's worse. I don't watch any of them.
Did you ever watch a spin out, crash out? No, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what doesn't happen? It's soccer. They run into each other and then roll on the ground for 5 minutes, grabbing their ankle.
What's worse? What's worse? Soccer? Let's see here. Golf? Tennis? Or watching the Titans?
Soccer. I watched the French Open. It was awesome.
Okay.
Actually, I think the Titans are probably worse than soccer.
You think
last
so?
Last season. Y'all are doubting the new administration in there.
Unless you were cheering on the visiting team, you would rather watch soccer.
Yeah. And 9915 says, you guys make me feel so much better about myself. That's good.
At least we're doing something.
At least we're accomplishing something.
It's a public service.
It is it is very much of a public service. So very good.
You want that
I appreciate that.
Audio from Murphy Show?
So apparently I came up on the Murphy Show and everybody wanted to know exactly what this guy said about me. So like it was some sort of an own. So I have not heard this yet. Go ahead and play it.
Just to give context, Matt Murphy arguing with a regular caller, D'Angelo. They're talking about the Karmelo Anthony trial, and it was D'Angelo was accusing us of being you people.
You're the one.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The radio station. Who are you talking about? You talking about me? You talking about Chad? You talking about Chris? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
I ain't talking about Chad, because Chad is the one who makes sense. I'm talking about the little guy in the very morning, Chris.
The little guy.
The little guy.
I shouldn't have said that.
That's all. It's
you
funny.
guys never give this guy a chance. You guys never gave.
All right, so
the little guy.
The little guy.
Even Matt stopped to laugh at that.
And I like how Matt starts laughing. I love it. You know what the funny thing is? Like, I know who this dude is, and
I also love how he goes, Chad's the only one that makes sense, and I'm like, Chad would probably say, you shouldn't stab somebody at a track meet.
Yeah.
I'd hope so. The funny thing though is that this guy, he keeps calling me, like he does this on social media too, calls me little guy, and it's like I'm 5'5" and I've lost a crap ton of weight. So yeah, thank you. What's his name? D'Angelo. Thank you, D'Angelo, for the compliment.
I'm just about average guy.
That's exactly
you
right.
Son of a gun.
That's exactly
Put some
right.
respect on my name.
Yeah, I don't want.
How dare you?
Yeah, if you call me little guy, I don't care. That I believe. Joan, is that a compliment?
No.
I think it's I'll take that as a compliment.
I mean, it's fine. He means it in a derogatory manner,
I don't care
and I
what he
guess
means.
Right. If it matters how you take it. So
He said, "You guys, you people,
you people."
I am actually more offended by the "you people" thing, but I also find that funny.
Well, I hope D'Angelo is listening this morning during the 10:35 segment, because I'm going to have an Asian reporter by the name of Savannah Hernandez on, who is down in the courtroom while the verdict was handed down. So maybe he can you people our Asian friend as well.
Wait, she's Asian, but her last name is Hernandez?
She's Asian and Mexican.
Okay, interesting.
She's Mexicasian.
Or
Asian.
Or is it just Masian?
Is it Masian?
Well, because I saw a clip for a guy that's half white, half Asian, and he calls himself a Wasian.
It could be Asiacan. Asiacan.
Well, and then
I like that one, Asiacan.
I like Asiacan.
Yeah.
Half black, half Asian people are typically referred to as Blasian.
I feel like she told me one time the specific Asian, but I don't remember. It's like, I want to say like Filipino, maybe Thai.
I don't know, man.
I have no idea.
I'm just looking at all the people mad at us for talking about cooking dogs. Why do you bring up this stuff that people get mad at?
I wanted to bring a story that is being ignored by the mainstream media.
Is that what you're doing?
They never talk about that. They don't talk about the dog theft.
The tragedy of the dogs getting eaten?
$27 is not enough to steal a dog. Like, if I was going to steal a dog, I would need to be paid a little bit more than $27.
Yeah, but stealing a dog in China is like stealing a pack of gum. I mean, they eat all the dogs in China.
They're eating the dogs.
It's true.
So whatever. I feel sorry for the dog. Clearly, But I mean, the last thing I would do is take my dog to China.
Yeah.
Because you know what they do in China. I'm not judging, but that's what they do in China.
They eat the dogs.
That's what they do. They eat the dogs.
People don't think it'd be like it is, but it do.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
It's still a banger. Isn't that still a banger?
You know, it still is, man.
It really
still works.
It
still works.
It still knocks.
So I'm like you. Joan, when you go on vacation, you're able to leave the news alone like Chris is going to do when he goes over to St. Croix, Corey?
St. Croix.
Everybody wears Crocs on the island.
That's exactly right.
Yes. Yes, I am able to do that. My family insists that I do that.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I will be the guy that unfortunately, I do pay attention to the news, but not because I can't, I'm air quoting, get away from my job. It's because I like reading news. I like it. I see politics as a game. I see politics as a war.
It's entertainment.
It is entertainment for me. I like that stuff. But I also read things on like sports and music. Do you know what book I'm gonna bring actually when I'm on vacation next week? I'm gonna bring Geddy Lee's the autobiography. Geddy Lee, you should know, he's Canadian, the lead singer of Rush. He wrote a book.
That must be fascinating.
Is it called Monday Warrior or is it called Tom Sawyer?
It's called My Effin' Life, actually. Oh. And it's a really good book. It's so good, I've been savoring the read for like 4 years now. I've been trying to finish this book for 4 years.
So I also have a book.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
on the Battle of Athens in Tennessee. Have you heard of that?
No.
What?
The Battle of Athens?
Yeah.
No.
It was Athens, Tennessee. There was an armed takeover of the political system because they were rigging the votes. Basically, these guys got back after World War II and were like, this is way over the board. And they took back over the town.
Yep.
Via firearms.
That sounds interesting.
It was
What
the
year?
first armed revolution on American soil since the American Revolution.
They armed themselves with weapons from the National Guard Armory, laid siege to the McMinn County Jail in Athens to recover ballot boxes being hidden by corrupt local political officials.
Yep. It's a base story.
What year was it?
1946.
All right. Cool. That sounds like a good book.
Yeah.
You going to do a book report when you get back?
No, but I've also been trying to read this for a while. I've been trying to read it out by the pool.
Mm-hmm.
But I always have to stop and say, no front flips.
Oh, your kids? Yeah.
By the way, it took 2 days.
Dude, it's a sick story.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll read it. All right, maybe I'll read it too. Because I'm not going to finish the Geddy Lee book as much as I like it. Real quick, Joan, what's going on in the news at 9?
Yeah, coming up here, President Trump gets out his signature pen today. We'll tell you why coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And in the news this morning, President Trump gets out a signature pen today. Not the auto pen, but the signature pen. He'll sign the Immigration Enforcement Reconciliation Bill. It secured final passage in the House late yesterday after passing the Senate last Friday.
Provides $70 billion for immigration enforcement over 3 years, fully funding the agencies through the end of President Trump's second term. The bill's passage, nearly along party lines in both houses, brings to a close the months-long debate over whether laws should be changed to reform practices at ICE and the Border Patrol. Despite the demands of Democrats, the answer from the GOP-led Congress to the question is no.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Nashville Metro Council advancing a bill last night that pushes the pause button on new data centers.
The bill must pass 2 more readings before it can take effect. This bill, as written, would put a hold on new permits until at least November 1st or until new rules take effect.
That's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. That bill was presented by Councilmember Courtney Johnston, who earlier this week told Dan Mandis that the data center plans next to the zoo are much bigger than just one building. An Ashland City woman arrested, charged with statutory rape. 25-year-old Rosemary Dodson reportedly met a 16-year-old boy at an Ashland City motel. Police say after the meetup, she threatened the boy not to tell anyone. Dodson faces 6 years in prison if convicted. Karmelo Anthony has been sentenced to 35 years in prison after he was convicted of first-degree murder in the death of Austin Metcalf.
Anthony waived his right to testify during sentencing, but his mother took the stand, asking for mercy, insisting her son was remorseful. Metcalf's twin addressing Anthony directly in court, saying, "You took everything from me." The community gripped by the tragedy. Throughout the trial, public protests and online threats.
Every Peanuts book known to man.
Court.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise reporting. Sorry about that. Also a sad note, beloved radio host and Grand Ole Opry announcer Bill Cody has died. His death comes just a week after his family announced that he was in critical condition after suffering organ failure. Bill Cody was 67 years old. That is the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
We need to build a wall, and it has to be built quickly.
Good morning. It is 9:07 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. The show is brought to you by our friends at Better Water LLC, water filtration systems, water softeners, betterwater.com. Do we just address the elephant in the room, Mason? Is that what we need to do? I feel like we have to address the elephant in the room. Mason gets in. Joan, if you ever want to know how Joan is an ultimate professional,
the best in the business,
dedicated to her craft, and able to just do unbelievable feats that none of us could ever do with professionalism and class. That was the last newscast because Mason got in. We do the changing of the guard between Sam and Mason. And there's a couple things that go through the process. There's a secret handshake. There's a weird hug that they always do. And then, well, I'm sorry. What? Do you give me a dirty look? Was I not supposed to say the thing about the hug?
No. I deserve this.
So they do the weird hug. I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's also, it ends with a squeeze. So
squeezes on the shoulder. Let's clarify.
Okay. Well, it ends with a squeeze. So during the newscast, Mason starts setting up for the show. And I guess, well, if you're listening to the Super Talk, if you're paying attention to the Super Text line, a lot of people heard it.
Yeah.
But what button did you hit by accident during Joan's newscast? Could you, instead of telling us, could you show us?
Yeah, sure, Chris. Hold on.
Every Peanuts book known to man.
Okay.
Every Peanuts book known to man.
A lot of people were accusing Dan of not turning his mic off. Dan was not in the studio.
Yeah.
Dan, not in ear. This is all Mason's fault.
So, before we get to Joan, what happened, bud?
So, normally I turn off all the hotkey buttons or they're already off when I get in here. And I go through, I change the board to your show. This is from Dan's show. I change over to your show.
We don't often use the every penis book known to man hotkey. I'm not saying we're above it. I'm just saying we don't often use it.
No, I feel like it's hardly used on Dan's show either.
Okay. So,
but it's right next to the arrows to change pages. And my mouse is a little too high.
And so during the middle of the newscast, Joan got interrupted with
every Peanuts book known to man.
I just want to say that changeover thing, just before you change over the button, the squeeze happens. So maybe you should cut the squeeze out.
There should be less focus on the squeeze.
Yeah.
It's a shoulder squeeze. It's not that. Well, stop. No more handshake.
So, Joan.
Yes.
During your illustrious career.
Yeah.
How many times have you been interrupted by something
every Peanuts
like
book known to man?
Yeah.
Would that be a first?
That pretty much would be a first.
Okay.
Yeah.
How on earth did you not bust out laughing and lose control?
Because I knew that the very next story that I did was going to be about someone's sad death. So I needed to hold it in. See.
Professionalism in class.
Survival.
So, Mason, I think you owe Joan a public apology.
I owe more than that.
I'll take coffee. I mean, I get paid in coffee.
I will happily get you coffee, whatever you want. Joan Jones, I am extremely sorry for messing up your newscast this morning.
Wally'sBeanMachine.com.
Yeah.
Whoo, lad. And here I thought it was going to be,
Not exciting day. Oh, no. We're going to get you started right, Chris.
We're going in. So this is my last show before I take a vacation. And I'm very excited. Very excited. I've not had a real vacation since Christmas.
Yeah, I'm here to keep you on edge.
And even then, I mean, Christmas was a good little break. But as parents, it's not really a vacation. You're still working and
organized chaos.
Oh yeah, thank you. That's a great way to put it. So this is going to be the first time in a while where I've been able to just shut it down and not pay attention to things, but also not have 17 baseball games and a dance recital and a play and all that kind of stuff to do at the same time. So we're really excited. I'm leaving you in good hands. As just displayed by the professionalism in class, Joan Jones is going to do an unbelievable job next week. There's nothing that Mason is going to be able to do to shake her. She's solid as a rock. And then we got Brian filling in for Thursday and Friday, which I'm very excited about. We love listening to Brian. So Dan is asking for a formal acknowledgement that he wasn't saying penis book. He was saying Peanuts book.
As in
Every
Charlie
Peanuts
Brown?
book known to man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, Dan. Do it one more time for us.
Every Peanuts book known to man.
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close.
You know?
Not a
Could
phrase
go
you want to
either
say
way.
real fast.
Could go either way.
Yeah.
Dan, can someone at least acknowledge I was saying Peanuts book?
Every Peanuts book known to man.
It doesn't sound like it, Dan.
And everybody on the super text line thinks you said the other one.
Yep. We will acknowledge it, though.
Yeah, sure.
Formally acknowledged. Everybody, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby.
Okay. At least it wasn't that one. Which one would be worse before the newscast of an untimely death?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to put it in, and I just can't get it in.
Sam has curated a lot of blackmail for Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam. You don't want to piss off Sam. That's
No.
all I know.
He'll find your worst moments.
He will.
As you have found mine.
11:55 said, well, we still blame Dan. So that's good. That's good. So I just love the text line. Somebody, one of our friends, the anonymous sheriff, said, did Dan just reveal his summer reading list? He was talking about books that he wants to read on vacation.
True.
Got quite a few. Everyone known to man.
All the Peanuts books.
So, all right. Yeah, I'm going on vacation tomorrow. We're not taking any shows off. What did I tell you at the beginning of the week? I said I'm not phoning it in. I'm not mailing in these shows. We're going to have good shows.
No slacking off.
And we absolutely will do that today. Savannah Hernandez is going to join us at 10:35, and we're going to talk about the Karmelo Anthony court case. Absolute chaos outside the courtroom yesterday. The reaction has been unbelievably bananas. We're also going to talk about what's going on in Belfast, Ireland. And a Sudanese man tried to behead an individual in the middle of the streets. The state doesn't want to call it terrorism just yet. They need to do a little bit of investigations, but they're going to review it. Maybe it was terrorism. Maybe it was just migrant crime. But in the reaction of that, you have seen Belfast essentially lit on fire last night, and the places that have been lit on fire happen to be migrant housing. Weird. Now, I understand the anger, and I think that, you kind of almost have to be like, listen, we can't condone that. But I do have a bit of a question here. Is this a good thing? Is this a good thing? Now, I'll tell you, if the Iranian people decided to rise up against their tyrannical government, I would say good. And in the West, it would be, I would say, pretty much celebrated. I don't know across the board. Across the board might be a stretch. Leftist media does what leftist media does. But I think that if the Iranian people rose up against their tyrannical, radical regime, we would be allowed to celebrate. So, my question would be, when the Irish have had enough and they start rising up against the actions that have been made by what some could classify as their tyrannical, radical regime, am I allowed to celebrate? Am I? Now, let's back up a little bit. The story is wild. In Belfast, Northern Ireland, there was a horrifying knife attack on Monday evening. There was a local man in his 40s, and he was brutally stabbed. There's a graphic video circulating around. I don't know. I have the video. I could play it on the stream. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should. But I have it, and I've seen it. and it is infuriating. And it's a wild scene. Now, this local man in his 40s, brutally stabbed. There's a sawing motion going at the neck. He's trying to behead him in the middle of the streets. Now, after the suspect straddled him on the street, slashed at his head, neck, face, his eyes, his back with a kitchen knife, Stephen Ogilvy, I believe is how you say it, he is, by the grace of God, he's alive. He is in serious but stable condition in the hospital. Now, police moved in, albeit late. The locals tried to do what they could do to get this unhinged, radical, lunatic migrant off of the local man. But it was a 30-year-old Sudanese national, an asylum seeker, who had been granted leave to remain. He's been charged with attempted murder, possessing a bladed article, and threats to kill. Now, leaders, including Prime Minister Keir Starmer, are calling this attack sickening while they urge for calm. Now, the calm hasn't come yet. It hasn't. Protests last night, Tuesday evening, turned fiery, and there were crowds in part of Belfast setting vehicles on fire, including a bus. They were targeting buildings that were reportedly being used for migrant housing, and they were lit on fire. They were lit on fire. Police were then deployed. Armored vehicles are in the streets amid the unrest, and political leaders from Northern Ireland's parties are condemning the violence and the original attack and calling for peace. But I think it's important to point out that none of this is happening in a vacuum. It's not. This is just another tipping point, another boiling point in Europe of a much deeper frustration, and it's been building across the UK and across Europe for years. You have all of these individuals in leadership that ignore what's happening on the ground, whether it's the rape gangs that are roaming around, it's the terrorist bombings outside of concerts like Ariana Grande, it's the stabbings that happen all the time. It's in the recent aftermath of Henry Novak and that trial. So I find myself wondering, am I allowed to celebrate the Irish rising up? Is this righteous anger? This is what I'm wondering. Is this a good thing? Is this the tipping point that Europe needs? But communities feel like these knife attacks and all this crime that involves the asylum seekers and the migrants have become way too common, and they're right. And locals see their streets and their neighborhoods changing, and they believe when these incidents happen that the authorities downplay the migrant angle. They rush to protect community relations, and they're sick of it. They didn't ask for these migrants. They were forced upon them. And then again, back to the Henry Novak thing, you see the two tiers of policing. If you complain about the migration, well, you're a racist. If you get stabbed by a migrant, well, good luck, because the migrant's going to call 999 and say you're a racist. And then the authorities side with the newcomers. Rapid immigration, especially from culturally distant regions, has strained so much in these communities, from housing to services to social cohesion. People in working class areas, Protestant loyalist communities in Belfast are prominent there, and they feel their concerns about the crime, the grooming gangs, and everything else. The demographic change have been ignored or labeled far right and extremist for too long. They've been voting, but the voting hasn't delivered results. So I wonder if this is the tipping point. And if this isn't it, how long until we get another brutal video? I'm just wondering. It feels like Europe is currently a powder keg ready to explode. And my question would be, are we allowed to root for the Irish? Are we allowed to root for the English? Are we allowed to root for the cultural Europeans in this situation? The same way I feel like we'd be allowed to if the Iranians rose up against their government. Or is somebody going to call me a racist if I do? Let me know what you think. 615-737-9986 on the way if you join us on YouTube and Rumble. I do have some videos. I don't know. I'm torn on whether or not I should play the graphic video on YouTube. I'll let you guys decide. Maybe we put a poll up on YouTube. It's super graphic. But it's like one of those things where you gotta. I feel like you'd go see it if you want to see it. Maybe you can't find it. I could play it. I'll leave it up to the audience. We'll put a poll up on YouTube. Maybe we do it. Maybe we don't. But we do have some video of Belfast on fire, and I'm definitely going to play that on the YouTube stream, and we'll talk about this a little bit more on the way. We'll take some of your phone calls as well. It's 9:22. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for feeling in my gut that I should be rooting for the Irish? 615-737-9986. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.